It's morning though. It's okay though. All right. What does Abraham?
It's evening over in India.
Yeah. What does Abraham Hicks do? They go. Good morning. It is. It is. Oh, I love when Abraham does that. That makes me giggle. It makes me giggle.
It really does.
It is. Good morning. It is. So awesome. Shout out to you, Abraham Hicks. All right, now I've got 4 people in front of me. I need to know everything you all are struggling with. Just give me one sentence apiece. One sentence apiece. We'll start with you, sir.
Breaking into the majority.
Breaking into the majority. Outstanding. And then we'll start with you, ma'am. And you have a ma'am on the phone. So I want both of you.
Okay.
Okay?
So one of the things that I'm struggling with is staying focused on the end goal.
All right, hold on real quick. So we're going to go here. Come. We'll get one of my Vanna White to write on the board.
That was a good beat, though.
Okay, we'll finish the rest of it. Breaking into the majority. This is Vanna White. Her name is Grace Sandals. Yes, she is in her comfy workout clothes today. Knows what size are your heels?
They're not 6 inches.
They're not 6 inches.
No.
They're 3.
Okay.
Probably.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe 3-inch heels. No 3-inch heels. She said, staying focused on the end goal. Okay, can you give me the person on the phone?
It's ready for you.
All right, so we're waiting for the person on the phone.
Combining my current brand with my future dreams.
All right, so this is more of a combining my current brand with my future dreams. Okay,
Damn. Shit.
all right, and then you, ma'am,
My future? Okay.
can you write and think at the same time?
No.
All right, ma'am, can you come up here and write so she can give you what she's struggling with?
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you
you.
so much. All right, now give us what you're struggling with.
Waking up with the mindset of this.
I can already tell you what yours is. Right, waking up wrong.
All right, so on that note, your workout is 2 times hard.
All right. I don't know what you were going to say, but that's what you're doing. Now finish what you were going to say. Thank you very much. Waking up with the mindset. Thank you, ladies. No, you're good.
That certain things need to get done, but to focus on that every day.
All right. Yeah, no doubt. I'm still waking up wrong. All right, here we go. Law of attraction. This is the moment in which I show you that everything is connected. I had no idea what any of you are going to say, but I promise you, when I look back at this board, all these things say one thing. Can she hear me? Let me know if she can hear me. She can hear me. All these things, you're struggling with one thing. One or two things. It may be a bifurcated subject. That's one thing I got to talk about twice. I haven't even looked back at the board to process completely. But this is where you all pay attention. Did anybody disgenuinely give me something that they did not want?
No.
No.
So everything up here is a real struggle.
Yes.
Okay. What are the odds that all of you are in this room today? There's 7.8 billion people on planet Earth. Yes.
Does that mean in some shape, form, or fashion, all of us are struggling with the same thing?
Absolutely. Because there is no struggle. There is no such thing as struggle. There is absolutely no such thing as struggle. Therefore, I can guarantee that all of you are struggling with the same thing. You're struggling with the fact that you think this is a struggle. Breaking into the majority is not a struggle. Staying focused on the end goal is not a struggle. Combining my current brand with my future dreams is not a struggle. And waking up wrong is not a struggle. I already know now what I'm going to talk about and how all 4 of these are combined into the one collective problem. There's a problem in the room that you all have that you haven't ascended to no longer have this problem. You understand? Let's break it down. Breaking into the majority. Does the universe have a problem proving itself?
No.
No.
But Chris does. Listen. This is. I need to break into the majority because they sleeping on me. Am I somewhere in the right ballpark? Let us hear your voice, sir. So,
Well, yeah, they definitely got me in the underdog story, so yeah.
all right, then. I'm tired of being an underdog, universe. Antonio, help me stop being an underdog because it got me messed up. Am I catching your heart, your spirit there? Okay. Let's look at the next one. I need to stay focused on the end goal because I keep getting distracted. Does the universe get distracted?
No, it doesn't.
Interesting. Combining my current brand with my future dreams. Is the universe alive?
Yes.
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 Does the universe have a brand?
Yes.
Does the universe have a future? Is the universe struggling with either?
No.
No.
And finally, does the universe wake up wrong?
No.
All right. All of y'all problems combined into one thing. You haven't realized it is already yours. That's your problem. All 4 of your instances come back to you haven't processed that the universe doesn't make you earn anything. Oh, you should write that down. You should most certainly write that down. The universe does not make you earn anything. Oh, yeah. Allow me to put my weight on it now. Let's.
She said no, thank you.
She said, no, thank you. Breaking into the majority because I have to earn that. No, says the universe. But since you want to earn it, Chris, I will give you more reasons to break into the majority.
Oh, what you got?
I need to stay focused on the end goal. No, you don't have to. But since that's what you want, Deanna, I will give you more struggles and reasons to stay focused on the end goal. Yes.
She said you don't have to use us as an example. She got it.
Nope, I got to give you as an example. I need to combine my current brand with my future dreams. The universe says, no, you don't. But, Tempest, since you need to combine your current brand with your future dreams, I would give you nothing but confusion over your current state of mind, and I would give you nothing but ambiguity over your future.
I'm not repeating what she just said.
There's probably some cuss words in that. You know, when you're teaching well, people start cussing. Listen, I will keep you confused in your now and a fog for your future.
Wait. Okay, wait.
I would keep you confused in your now. What I'm getting that from? Can you help me with my current brand? No, you don't need to know nothing about the current brand. It's confused. And what about my future dreams? I'm gonna keep you foggy because that's what you asked. Yes.
Okay, so before you started using each of our issues as an example, there's something specific that you said about the universe. Can you repeat?
The universe doesn't make you earn anything.
Okay.
Did you earn life?
No.
No.
Did you earn your first breath?
No.
Did you earn your brain?
No.
Did you earn your lungs?
No.
Did you earn your eyesight?
No.
Even if you were born without these things, did you earn the other senses you have?
No.
Did you earn your hair? Like, all of you were born bald-headed babies, for the most part. Some of you babies was giving your mama heartburn. You had a whole full afro. Deanna had a whole full afro.
Tiffany said that was her.
And that was her. Yeah, my kids, too, all came out with a head full of hair. Heartburn, all out your mother. Okay. Did you have to earn that mini fro when you were born? When you were slick-headed, with a little loose-neck, slick-headed baby. What? You were cute, though. You were just a cute, loose-neck, slick-headed baby. When you did that, did you have to earn your hair?
No.
Did you have to earn your teeth? No, sis. Like when you were when you start teething at 4 months, you had to say, now, wait a minute, Mom. I can't eat today. I have to really manifest this tooth that I want. Think about it. No, seriously, I'm serious. Did you, when you...
Manifest to size 6.
Yes. I mean, think about it. You were born. You were 19 inches long. Did you earn growing?
No.
It just happened, huh?
Yeah.
Everything that the universe gives you, it just gives it to you. Adults then teach you that's not how it works. We teach you have to earn it.
So you messed us up.
You are an extension of the universe. Why would God make you earn your godness? Why would a leaf make the greenness of the leafness earn it? I'm the leaf. And what we not going to do is photosynthesis and be green. No. You got to prove how much you love me first before we use photosynthesis. Is that what's happening? No.
I need that for air.
Yeah. You know, but what I'm going to do, I'm a fish. And I know you my son, but you're not going to get the water of this ocean until you respect the rules in my house. No. Fish is born. There's an abundance of water. Fish needs water to live. The universe doesn't make you own anything. It's already yours. That's your problem. Now, I had no idea what you were going to say to me. But I knew that if all of you were in one room, you can only be struggling with one thing, whatever that thing was. That's not how I choose to do things. There is no such thing as struggle. You should equally write that down too. There is no such thing as struggle. Struggle is to hold on to the solution and the problem at the same time. That is struggle. Do you mind if I take a drink of water?
Please.
The crowd would say, you haven't earned that drink of water yet. Don't have an awkward silence as I drink.
Yeah.
I can hear you swallow the microphone. You haven't earned that. That's what humans do. My throat said, and my parchness in my body said, water, please. Thou shalt not have to earn that. Get some water. The crowd would say, that's not professional. And there is your disconnect. When is a professional time to take upon a natural resource?
That's like saying like it's not professional breed.
Yeah, I don't like, you snore when you sleep. So you don't like that I breathe at an inconvenience to you. I'm just saying. So you don't want me to breathe? No. I do want you to breathe. I want you to die. Just breathe this way. And there is the disconnect again. You understand? I'm not telling you my snore is convenient. I am just telling you the only way for me to be convenient to coexist with you is to completely change how I sleep when I'm not conscious of this. And that is the disconnect. You want me to earn a peaceful night's rest because you losing one, worried about how I sleep.
Or better yet, why you get to rest 6 hours? I gotta go to work.
You understand? I gotta go to work. She talking. I'm glad she talking. She laughing. This is the deal. It's already yours. So you all do me a favor and receive in your spirit. I don't have to break into the majority because the universe already said I am the majority. And when you adopt that attitude, you'll stop breaking into something you already are. But the universe is never going to tell you no. Never tells you no. No, I want to break into the majority because that's the perfect reality for me. Yes, it is, Chris. break. And break your spirit while you're at it. You break everything. Well, you know what I want to do? I want to learn how to stay focused because I keep getting distracted. Okay. Here's a bunch of distractions. You asked for distractions.
Hold what you got.
No, you want to stay focused, right? All right, here's a bunch of distractions so you can stay focused. Stop asking for tribulations. Can you write that down?
Quote.
Stop asking for tribulations. You don't need them. They are unworthy of you. Life is not meant to be a struggle. And the mere fact that I'm saying this, there's somebody that has a problem with me telling you prosperity is your birthright because they make their money and their identity is tied into the struggle. In most of your religious services, you can't be devout unless you're struggling. And you prove your devoutness by your struggle.
My Lord and
Do you understand?
Run me my prosperity.
Yes. When most people don't even want to change because if they do, they don't know who they are anymore. Their identities have been encapsulated with the struggle. So if you remove their struggle, you also remove their identity. And for all of you, your identity was in everything you talked about. So if you remove not your identity, but remove this need to struggle, you'll just be left with your identity. And who are you? An extension of Source. And Source don't struggle. Now this last one we got to talk about. Waking up wrong. That ain't what she said, but I summed it up. So how do we stop waking up wrong? Well, ask yourself. Why you went to sleep wrong? No. If you wake up wrong, you went to sleep wrong. Yes, I have a question.
I'm so sorry.
No.
I am an extension of Source, and Source doesn't what?
Struggle.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm an extension of Source, and Source does not struggle. You ever a light? Like electricity? Did it like, you gonna hit today? Really? That's what we gonna do? We just gonna hit the switch. First off, these lights, you had me off all night. You ain't need me when you sleep. And now you want to cut me on and you just want me to be on when you tell me to be on. What if electricity acted like that? Think about it. You expect electricity to work and then expect yourself to struggle when you're the God of electricity. You got more faith in electricity than yourself, and you controlling electricity. You don't even understand it, and you control it. Am I making some sense here?
That's like a storm cloud. Like, I may be storm, but it ain't gonna rain.
No doubt. The storm cloud, I don't want to rain. I'm tired. I'll rain tomorrow. Waking up means you went to sleep wrong. My sister friend, you keep going to sleep wrong. Why? Because when you sleep, not only does your soul get to go back and be recharged, but your mind is at a dream state that allows you to create anything you want. And instead of you being like those who are master creators and stay dreaming while you're awake, what you do is as soon as you awake, you say, forget that. I want all that struggle back. Put it back on me. Rewind, press play. I'll say it a different way. Here is your brain. When you sleep, I drew a circle on the board, your brain empties itself from all that crap you had in it. You can't think about bills and sleep at the same time. You can't think about, I need to get my hair done, I don't like my pinky toe, and sleep at the same time. The moment you sleep, your brain allows you, conscious and subconscious, to completely forget what you struggle with. And then you wake up and you say, wait, I don't know my identity. And you go, stuff out, go, get back here. How many of you know exactly what I'm talking about? You woke up and you went, man, ain't that mad at somebody? Ooh, you know what? She sure did. How many of you have ever awakened and you didn't even know where you were? Yeah, it's every night. It takes about 5 minutes for you to completely rebuild your reality. And y'all keep rebuilding the reality that didn't serve you the night before. So it's not that you wake up incorrectly, it's you went to sleep incorrectly. You went to sleep with the intentions to wake up with what you went to sleep with.
Wow.
Because sleep is recharging, it is the repass, it is you being the master creator. Sleep is you going back to source and source reminding you, like Joel Osteen doing a sermon, you're awesome. And then you wake up and you go, wait a minute, I forgot I told myself when I went to sleep that I better struggle with this when I wake up. Why? Because all this concludes you don't understand it's already yours. Because, my friends, the universe doesn't make you earn anything. Man does. And you have two options. You can follow man's rules and earn everything you have. Or you can follow the laws of this universe and not have to earn anything. And man be amazed at what you've accomplished. Antonio T. Smith Jr., you can plant better. You can dominate. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for allowing me to be your teacher. I am glad that you all follow me because you choose to in your perfect reality, and I follow you as well. You're laughing at me. She's laughing at me.
You said your teacher, she went,
Oh, she rejected me as her teacher. I am the person giving her words at this moment that she will reject later. There you have it. I want to tell you that you are, can you, because my writing looks like graffiti and your writing looks like teachers. Can you write down you're responding and you shouldn't? You're responding and you should not. You're responding and you should not. Thank you so much. That's just some really clever writing there. You're a handsome woman. That's what they said in the 1630s. 1630, they said you're a handsome woman. Outstanding. Thank you so much. You're responding and you should not. Now you think I'm going to tell you some argument or something. Like, stop responding to these people. No. I'm on a higher vibration right now. You are responding to circumstances, and you aren't supposed to do that. Circumstances are supposed to respond to you.
Wow.
You are responding to circumstances, and you should not, because circumstances are responding to you. Here's what that means. It means that you have lost control of your own power within. I'm going to be very specific here. Very specific here. There's power in you. Greater is he who is in me, than he who's in the world. One of the ancestors of that Christian writing did the best they could with what they had to tell you what I'm telling you today. And every religious text, every sacred text is doing the best they can to tell you what they understood. And it's your job to have the revelation of these texts revealed to you when you're at the proper vibration to receive. It was a very complex way of me saying that everybody is saying the same thing, but the truth is not being revealed to you because you're not ready for the truth. You don't vibrate that truth. And I was using sacred texts as an example there. Here is an accurate depiction. This. That is exactly how she looks. She has a big head. Her right leg is not attached. That's her left leg. Her left leg is not attached to her body.
So just swing around?
Her right leg is over attached to her body. Her left arm has a wiggle in it, and it's not attached. And then her right arm attaches all the way to the left side. This is exactly how Tempest looks. You can get here. I'll take a picture so you can see it. Can you see it? You zoomed in? This is exactly. Oh, and then her cranium has a bang in it. So she doesn't need hair. Her cranium forms its own bang. This is exactly what Tempest looks like. For those of you listening just in audio, I drew a stick figure on the board. Okay, it's just a stick figure. This is an accurate depiction of Tempest. Now, from Tempest, I would draw an arrow to the right. Okay? This is how Tempest is supposed to live her life at all times. She is supposed to push power. Rewind, press play. Tempest is source. Is this correct?
Yes.
She is an extension of source. And source does not receive power. Let's take for a moment a plug in the wall. Can everyone in your respective country identify the plug that you have in the wall that has electricity coming from it? I now need to charge my smartphone. Can I put my smartphone next to the plug without a charger? No.
We're the plug.
Well, are we the plug? Maybe. Maybe. Let's use the Christian experience to attempt to let me use the Christian experience for a second so you all can see what the writers were attempting to try to get you to figure out between Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. If the iPhone is with you always, if the iPhone is, you understand, the thing that died for you, and the Father is the plug. Let's so here's the plug.
Plug is happy.
It's a happy plug. And here is the iPhone. Ring. Okay. And there's the iPhone. And now you're missing the plug. With a little USB thing there. Okay? You're missing the plug. Father, Son, and the giver of life would be the plug. This isn't a Christian conversation. I just understand your background, and I'm telling you, the giver of life would be that charger.
Because once you release yourself from the plug source, whatever, you lose energy. So
That's right. So when you disconnect the spirit from the Father, you then lose power to the phone. But the phone will last for a long time until it drains.
it's being charged back up.
You understand? This is how y'all live life. You live life as a depleting phone because you are consistently disconnecting from source. Okay? Yes.
So what if you, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about a while back. What if you are always surrounded by source?
All right. So if you're always surrounded by source, your tip is with the arrow going to the right. So here at the top of the board is a depiction of always surrounded by source. Why? Because there is no indication here, as I have illustrated, that Tempest is disconnected. So she's pushing power. Therefore, any circumstance that's out here responds to Tempest. Watch it. This Tempest says circumstance, behave this way. That's how it's supposed to work. Now, got you. I'm fit. Let me just do this here. Let me erase the phone now. Here's how y'all live your life. The opposite way. You're Tempest with even messed up arms. And you let the circumstance tell you how to react. Look at it. If you're just audible only, two stick figures sitting on top of each other. One stick figure, in fact, I'll put this. One stick figure has the arrow going to the right, so the letter X with two underlines on it. That is when you are controlling your life. You're saying, I have the power of circumstance, bow to me. Be defeated. I decree and declare. I know that I have a definite purpose and a burning desire, and I decided this is what I want. And no matter what you look like, you will look like you are serving me, because I will have it no other way. The opposite, I don't even need to explain because you live it every day. The opposite is, ooh, bill collector is called. Bill collector now determine how you respond in your body. Your armpits start sweating, don't they? A bill collector not in the same room with you controls the chemical reaction in your body. My friend just died. That circumstance that's not, are you dead? But it is controlling your life. He just hurt me. And you let that hurt come back and respond, make you respond to it.
That's why a lot of times I keep telling myself, like, it's like, I kind of like push it off because I know if I let that sit in, my whole reality just.
Yes. Yes. Your job is not to respond to nothing. Everything is supposed to respond to you. This is why you see people like me. This is why you see people like me or people who are master creators and they go, man, how do you stay calm all the time? Because I'm not at this situation. This situation will bow. It will be defeated. When? I don't know and I don't care. Because it's already defeated. Because that's the previous lesson. It's already yours. It's already defeated. It will do what I tell it to do, or it will fade away out my reality. But it has no power here. Like Gandalf, you shall not pass. Lord of the Rings, part 2. Part 2, Lord of the Rings. Now, you understand? But how are you living your life? So let's simplify this. My friends, how many times in the week, let's just go back 7 days. How many times in a week did you let something outside of you determine the response inside of you? Every day. I don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not saying that I can go 100% of a year doing this, but I'll go 99% of it.
Repeat that one more time.
Got you. How many times in a week did you let something outside of you determine how you responded inside of you?
That's unfair because you have no control of that. Why would you put your energy onto that?
But that's what you do. You get your car note. And here's a perfect way to explain this. How many of you right now are scared to check your account balance? So it's literally these little secret things that happen that you go to the ATM and say you want to check balance. Ooh, no, real quick. You hurry up and you say no receipt because you don't want to see the receipt either. And then you hurry up and get the money and and you cover the screen. I don't even want to see. You better not even show me. Hot dog, and it showed me.
No, what's frustrating for me is I know money's coming in, but it's coming out.
Okay, so what's frustrating is money's coming in, but I know it's coming out. And that is determining internal response. You get it? I'm not saying it's not respectable. I'm just saying it's not sourceable. Does everybody follow what I'm saying? How many times have you had a boss or a coworker or a loved one make you have an internal reaction that was not worthy of you?
Too many times.
He'd open the whole door. Let me go ahead and get out of here. Yeah. Too many times. You're responding and you should not. You should be still. Joy. Because the earth and the fullness thereof is supposed to respond to you. Antonio T. Smith Jr. You can plan better. You can dominate.
Hello and welcome to The Good Witch. Please remember to like, share, subscribe, and comment. Now, this isn't a tarot reading. This is not a reading that I was actually intending on doing. We're going to talk about the Orisha Oya. I was doing the Virgo reading and she came up. And I work with her often. I love her. A lot of people don't know her and they don't understand her. So we're going to clarify some things. We're going to talk about it just a little bit. Don't know how long this video will be. I don't think it'll be too long. But like I said, remember to like, share, subscribe, and comment. A lot of people don't know who she is. They recognize Oshun. Um, who else they recognize? Everybody recognizes Shango. They recognize Obata, but don't often reference because she's scary. She's not scary. She's scary. They perceive her as being scary. Let's jump right in, okay? So, if you look at Oya, she's beautiful, right? Oya that's not necessarily how she looks, but personally, she's a Yoruba goddess. She's also in Brazilian culture and all of the cultures. We're not going to get into cultural because she's an energy. Gods are energies, and we understand who they are. Orishas are energies. If you think of Oya, you think of best comparison I can think of would be storm. Okay, because she is the goddess of storms. She's the goddess of lightning and thunderbolts. She is the goddess of cemeteries. She's the goddess of the marketplace. So let's break each of these things down. Okay? Cemetery. She protects the spirit. She shoos negative entities away from the cemeteries. Okay? She's the protector of death and spirits. And some people think that she holds part of that she's one of the gatekeepers into that other room. If you know someone who needs healing or they're on their deathbed and they need extended life, Oya would be the one that you call. Yeah, she would be one of the main ones that you would call. Because she is the goddess of the cemetery, she brings intuition. She brings sight. She brings rebirth. Because we all know that death is not true death, it's just energy recycling. So she brings those things. She brings rebirth. She guards the cemetery. She shoos away the negative energies. If you look at this tool in her hand, that's what she uses to shoo away. Shoo, 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 shoo. She shoos away negativity. Get it away from the cemetery. Okay? She is the Orisha of storms, winds, lightning. If you see here, she has a lightning bolt. And thunder. Thunderbolts, actually. She is as unpredictable as the lightning. So if you've ever seen the lightning dance across the night sky, that is how she moves. She's very loud and she's very powerful and she can be very destructive, but she's also very beautiful and very whimsical. She is not one for tradition. She doesn't typically strike the same place the same way. Loves change. She is the one that will uproot your trees and knock over your light posts. We'll get to that in a second. So, lightning, wind, thunder, storms, tornadoes. Yeah. So if you follow her dress, I don't know if y'all can see that. If you look at her dress, the pink is shaped like a tornado going up. She's a whirlwind, and you see she's over a cemetery. I like these cards. They're very descriptive. They're not very clear, but they have good information in them if you pay attention. She has a sword in her hand because she is a fighter. She was one of the warrior Orishas. She's one of the She's one of the more violent ones. With purpose. Just like the wind can soothe you on a summer's day. And you can beg for the breeze when it's humid. Or the wind can freeze you when it's cold. Depends on where you're at, what you're doing. The wind can blow money your direction. The wind can blow homes, bricks your direction. Depends on where you are, what you're doing. Okay. Just like lightning, when you see lightning, people see it, but they get scared when they hear it, right? It's beautiful, it's merry, it dances across the sky. It's very whimsical, but it's also very powerful. Creates energy, it helps bring life. It can also create death. She is both. Okay? I don't think I'm the only person. Drop a comment if I'm not the only person that thinks lightning is sexy. So, Oya has a lot of sex appeal, but not in an Oshun type way. Oya has a jagged sex appeal, one with shock value. It's not seductive. It is blatant. It's not demure. It's loud. And we all need a little bit of that. So, the marketplace. She is a goddess of prosperity and changes and abundance. So, she's a fighter. We went over that. Okay, so let's get into some stories about Oya. It is said that she was she caused a large fight between Ogun and Shango because she left Ogun to be with Shango because he was a more powerful Orisha. It was something about him. He had to be a great lover because he had 3 wives, and she was one of those wives. There was Oshun, Oba, and Oya, right? So, the way, one of the stories, with Orishas, it's the way you get the information a lot of times is folklore. So one of the folklore stories is that Shango was out and he was hunting buffalo. Oya loves buffalo. It's one of her spirit animals, right? And he saw a buffalo and he was chasing it. And before he could kill it, it transformed into this beautiful woman. This beautiful, robust, loud woman. Sexy, but in a fiery way. And she ran from him. Eventually, he caught up with her and she went back to his home with him and became one of his wives. Now, it said that he gave her, he's a god of the storms as well. He was over thunder and lightning. He gave her lightning. That's one version. The other version is that she gave it to him. That she gave him that power. I've even heard it said that she took it when she left him or something like that. But either way, she has the power of lightning and Shango does not. She has it. It's hers now. Regardless of how she got it, and that's the type of person she is. It doesn't matter how I got it. You have 5 different stories on how I got it, but I got it. And that's how she is. So, if you are a daughter of Oya, you are a fighter. You are quick-witted. You are courageous. You're fast on your feet. You're quick with words. You're very snappy. You don't argue. You don't argue. You say what you have to say, and then it's done. Take it or leave it. You are that person that you will say what you have to say, and you will leave someone standing there while they are arguing. And you are completely finished because I'm right, and that is it. Knock the table over. I'm out. Even if it's only figuratively knocking the table over. Drops mic, leaves. I guess that's a gentler way of doing that. You're a multitasker. You do multiple things at the same time. Completely unrelated things. You're okay. So it's not like you're baking a cake and you're washing dishes and you have a roast in the oven, because all of those things are in the kitchen. No, dear. You are baking a cake, you're slaughtering a cow, and you're fixing the car, and you're cutting down a tree 2 blocks away. This is what you're doing because you can, and it's easy, and it's your life. You love really hard, but you're what some people would be considered to be a novelty. Because they want you, but they don't understand how to keep you. But they can't let you go, but they're scared to hold on to you. Because who wants to hold a lightning bolt? It sounds like a good idea until you get it. Because you don't really, it might hurt a little bit. But it's just because they go back and forth. But when someone realizes that they can't keep you in a closed fist, that the way they love you is like this and not like this, it works. You're very analytical, and you will write things down. You'll start research projects. You don't really stay for the completion. You tell people where to go and what to do. And you start it and you make sure everybody's on the right path, and then you're on to something else and you'll check back in later. That is why she's over the marketplace as well. Because that's what you have to do when you're running it. Her colors, and I'm giving y'all the brief information first. This is just the information, then we're going to talk about her in depth. She likes brown, purple, maroon, and it just so happens that I have this on today, but these are her colors. Copper, brown, purple, maroon. 9. Her number is 9. She also likes 7. You'll see daughters of Oya wear 9 copper bracelets, or sometimes 7 copper bracelets. Depends on which area they're from. The river that she's over, or that a lot of her worshiping happens at in Africa, is the Niger River. I'm trying to make sure that I don't forget to tell you anything before. Okay, so I heard just go. Okay, so if you're looking at Oya and you're wanting to work with Oya, or you're thinking about Oya, I would suggest you know who you are. You're firm in it, you're insecure. You're not insecure, you're very secure in who you are and what you want. Because Oya is one of those spirits that, yes, she can be very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. Because she comes in, and she comes in quick, fast, and in a hurry. She gets shit done. She is hard, and she's absolute. If you had a big brother, let's say you have 2 brothers, right? You have one brother that's very diplomatic, and you have one brother that's trigger happy, and they're both very protective. But the diplomatic brother is going to try to go work things out and make things work out for your benefit, and he's going to talk his way out of it, right? He's going to talk you out of your situation and get you out of trouble. And then you have the other brother who is going to get you out of trouble, but you ain't gonna want to know how. He's gonna get you out of trouble, but if everybody else in the room gotta go for you to be okay, they just gotta go. That's it. So, let me find a nicer example because I'm making her sound real harsh. She's really loving. She's very protective. And she's very vengeful when it comes to taking care of her loved ones. So, and the people who love her. She's the one you call when you need somebody to go beat up that bully, that person that's been bothering you. When you are ready to start your business and you want to call on an Orisha to shake things up a bit, she'll get it done. But if you're trying to do it in a safe and secure step-by-step way, that ain't the one you want to use. It's not use, but it's not the one you want to implement, because that energy is brash, it's hard, it works right away, it gets shit done. Like I said, think of storm. You can't call a tornado and ask it to clean the house. That's not what it does. If you're gonna call the wind, be ready for what the wind does. From one spectrum to the other. You can't say, come in spirit, come in energy, but just come in a little. That's why I said make sure you know what you want and you know what you're getting into. But that's with everybody and with everything. That's with the lady at the grocery store. That's with your lovers. That's with everybody. Oya is that spirit that whispers to you, leave when things get bad. When you're trying to stay in that relationship, that unhealthy relationship, she's the one that will blow the roof off of everything. If you're wondering if you should stay with this person and you know this person isn't good for you and Oya is with you, and you've already had the signs, you've had that gentle breeze of that intuitive thought that I should just go, she's cheating on me or he's cheating on me, and you don't. And then you have a little harder breeze and you see a text message. Okay, that's the precursor. Now, she already told you to leave and you've already seen those things. The next thing is gonna be this person gonna have 5 people pregnant. They gonna go to jail. They gonna try to hit you. They're gonna do something. There is something to just boom. It's just gonna blow up. It's gonna be tower moment after tower moment after tower moment after tower moment. She's gonna tear it down. She's gonna tear the relationship the F up because you won't leave. And you called in and told her, I need to fix this situation. So the way you gotta fix this situation is you gotta get out of it. Oh, you don't wanna leave? I'm gonna make you leave. Same thing with the job or with a career or with whatever you call her for. She'll do it. She'll get it done. You can't transform if you're afraid of change. So if you call for transformation and then you're afraid of change, the change will be harsh, the change will be brash, and that's because you're holding on to it. I have a knife. I'm holding this knife wrong. I want to change the way I'm holding this knife. Now, I could loosen my grip, open my hand, take the knife away, lay it down, pick it back up, whatever, right? But if I'm still holding this knife and I'm saying, I need to let this knife down, and I call Oya, and she says, well, lay the knife down, and I don't, she's gonna grab this knife and try to slide it out, try to pull it out. She's not going to try, she's going to pull it out, right? How badly I'm injured depends on how tight I hold on to it. That is the lesson you take from William. How badly you get injured when you have that cleaning and that transformation depends on how tight you hold on to the things that are being destroyed and taken away from you. Got it? So, Oya, the protector, the preventer of death, the giver of vengeance, the beautiful, sweet, benevolent, loving, wind-like mother, friend, cousin, the guardian of the cemetery, the giver of intuition and rebirth, the fighter, the vigilante, the merry spirit of sensuality and boisterousness, the woman that men fight over but cannot catch, unless she wants them to. She is very partial to women, although she can be for everyone, but she is very partial to women. She is very partial to women empowerment. The tenacious, multitasking novelty that she is, that will put you on point, off your ass and on your feet, and will tell you when you're messing up, when you're not doing what you're supposed to do. That friend, that lover, that person that will push you into new beginnings because you said you wanted it. Oh, you want to create your business? Or you want a new business? You lost your job, now do it. Oh, you said you wanted, what do people want? You said you wanted to be rid of this lover because they're no good for you. Okay, they've done everything possible in the world to hurt you. Now what? Because you could have left. You could have left.
To create, you came here to create God's perfect reality. So why are you? So your question is flawed, because God would never have that question. God would never ask, I wonder how to get rid of this stuff not serving me. When this world is from ex nihilo, out of nothing was everything created. So what you're calling bad is perfect. Mm-hmm. It just goes back to her problem or her question. You're viewing it.
Be careful, I'm 100% myself.
Yes, please.
Okay. So, yes, he's right. Patience is nonsense. The worst 2 years of my life, the worst 2 years of my life were the 2 years where I told myself, and as telling God, I need to learn patience. I royally screwed myself at that point because I forced myself to be a part of, do things, wait for things that I could have had like in 5 minutes. But those things took 5 months because I wanted to learn to be patient, which means I wanted to learn not to trust myself. I wanted to learn to second guess. I wanted to learn to put others before I put myself. And it does lead back to Tempest's question. You go through things. You accept them, you understand them, you feel them, and you let them go. Teaching yourself patience. I'm gonna feel that thing. I'm gonna hold on to the loss until the next game comes. But I can't hold two cups. Well, I can, but not in this hand.
Right.
So there is, ask your question again. I'm sorry. Just ask it again.
I was asking how can we reprogram ourselves and the things that serve us, we can keep it.
But based on what he said,
Yeah. I have a different answer now.
we need the energy that says, I don't like where I'm at. I hate it. I'm better than this, and they're mean to me. It's basically. So we need.
See, where I see myself is way bigger than.
Okay, now you're
Okay,
right.
where I see myself. Right now, where I see myself, I know that I'm a healer.
Mhm.
So right now, I did the work internally and
Mhm.
externally. I did the work. But right now, I'm at a place where I need to find out I'm perfect where I am right now, but I need to find out, okay, what type of healer I am. I need to tap into that.
Okay. So if you know the Good Witch, you know I am a sacred woman. And what you know about Black women, period, is we are all healers. We are the women who heal. We are there for those who weep and who hide their faces. We all do this. And there is no certain area where you can and cannot do it. There is no place where you can say that you cannot heal. There is no dis-ease. There is no disorder that you cannot heal simply by being the God that you are. So wondering where your healing gift lies sets limitations on a gift.
Because for me, I don't need all these rituals, oils, this and prayer. Whatever God tell me to do, I do it, and He's gonna cover me. That's how I feel it.
Mm-hmm.
But you just set me free.
Well, you're right, because it's a story you tell yourself and others. So you're always going to be right about that.
Yeah.
And as long as that rightness blesses you, continue. The moment it stops, you got to change that.
Yeah.
We will always only do what rewards us, period. Right? Human beings are either moving towards pleasure or from pain.
Yeah.
Sometimes, especially if you're a victim to abuse, spiritual abuse, sexual abuse, our reward system gets messed up.
Yeah.
For instance,
Yeah.
my dad used to get drunk and beat the hell out of us. So in order for a 5-year-old boy to survive, I had to become feminine. Because the only masculinity allowed in the house was the father. And should you rise up in any masculinity, you get beat that out of you. So when I wound up being homeless the next year, you had this soft boy homeless, and I called forth molestation. See, I can't handle that. See, you two gonna have to move over here. Y'all not connected. Come over here. There's some seats over here. Okay. Now let's process what I said real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to do some eating. There we go. Got here. Cut that off for me. My reward system was be weak, be rewarded. There's security in being weak. It's not what I wanted, but it's what my dominant thoughts were, which is the only thing that I truly want. And so due to a messed up reward system, yeah, not feel like you're not about to like what I'm going to say. Okay? Due to a messed up reward system, I didn't get molested because someone was taking advantage of me. I called forth that vibration because my reward system was messed up.
Right. In that vibration, so similar experiences, but different, let's say, calling forth of things. So, being someone who was molested by a family friend from 5 to 7, I became very afraid to say no because I was very unassertive because it was easier if you just, like you said, if you just went with the flow. So, move years forward at 11, you call that back in because it stopped, we moved, called it back in at 11, where someone else picked up the reins and did something very, very similar. Still afraid to say no, made you more afraid to say no because this time it was violent. So move forward to like 13, 14, move again. Called it again because at that point I was over it and I had to teach myself assertiveness because I wasn't going to allow myself to be a victim 3 times. So on the 3rd time, I made it a personal choice. I'm not going to say no, but what I am going to do
Exactly.
is control the situation as much as I thought I could.
That's right.
And then I taught myself. I went on a mission to teach myself at 8th grade to be assertive because I had to learn to say no because I'd already been taught not to. And that's just one of those things that we grow that fear. And a lot of the times we don't let that go. So I let it go early. At that time when I learned I had to be assertive, I had to learn to let it go very quickly because you can't hold on to pain and let go of it at the same time. I can't hold on to the pain. I can't let go of the pain and keep the traumas. I can't let go of the pain and keep the behaviors that I did because of it, knowing that that's what they were. So once you let go of it, it doesn't take long. All it took was a decision. One day I woke up, you know what, I ain't gonna do that. I'm not dealing with this right now. I have to learn to say no. So I practice saying no to everything. I practice saying no in the mirror. I practice saying no all the time. I wrote out affirmations and words to say no, and I didn't even know that's what I was doing, but that's what I was doing. So once I let that go, the behavior that was attached to it no longer occurred, and I've never drawn it back in again. And then it circles back to that tree. Everything was for a purpose because by the time I was 14, I was going through church and I could teach other people who had done it how to get through it. We started a group at the church for girls who had gone through that, and I was young and could lead it because I had let that go. And you could teach them how to let that go once they were ready. Because a lot of times we hold on to those molestation things and we hold on to those things because we feel like we're still keeping a piece of our innocence. And we also let go of some responsibility for some of the things that are happening in our lives because, oh, I'm doing it because I have this trauma. I got a reason now. It's not just because I fucking want to. But reality is it's because you fucking want to. Just like you wanted to hold on to it, you wanted to do that dumb thing you did. It was because you wanted to.
Right.
Because you didn't want to let it go. So I either want to let it go or I don't. If I want to hold on to it, I want to hold on to the actions. I want to hold on to the pain because it gives me some sense of gratification. It's kind of sick, but we can be very sick individuals until we decide not to be.
Facts. Big facts.
You certainly have another problem going on. Like, we're still on your question. Your question was so good. You understand what I'm saying? Because the moment you declare yourself, the moment you decide, the moment you declare what you're going to be, in your case, you declare you're going to be a healer, or you are. The exact opposite of everything that is a healer must show up in your life.
Oh yeah, I received it. In 2019, I decided no. And everything was fighting against it. So everything you were saying, it was like.
But the opposite never stops showing up.
It's not.
It's here now.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get a text message opposite of the healing that you desire. Oh, I'm not just talking to you. Oh, I can feel so many people in here right now. Some of you need to understand clearly that the moment you declare yourself something, the opposite of what you have declared will show up. It will show up instantly. It will show up violently. It will show up consistently.
Sure.
That is the job of this universe, because you cannot experience what you have declared without the contrast. You can enjoy a sunny day if you've never seen rain. You can't enjoy new hair done without the messed up wig. You need the contrast to enjoy what you have declared. So once you declare something, you get thrown divinely into massive resistance. Pause. Let's talk about a story that's been around for years. There was a great warrior who declared that he wanted to win the war. So as the ships came upon the shore, he burnt the ships, told his troops on the enemy battlefield that, look at those ships burning. Either we win or we perish. And the next two words, full sentence of that story, is they won. Once you make a decision, you automatically get put on the battlefield. Once you're on the battlefield, that's not your domain. And you will always be outnumbered when you make a decision. And unless you're willing to die for what you have declared, you will become a slave in it instead of walk through it. Back to you now. Masters recognize all the opposite and embrace it. Love it. To the point where everything opposite of what I have declared, I become. Because it is the very thing that will embrace and push forth what I have declared. There is a huge difference between masters and your energy of your question and the question itself. If you're not embracing everything that is opposite, you want money. If you're not embracing the fact that money only treats you how you think about it. If you think money is always running out, it means you're always getting it and it's always running out. If you, did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Okay. If you think money is always running out and you're always getting it tens of thousands of dollars at a time and you're always losing it, here's how you know if you think that. If you're scared to check your account balance, you're one of those people. Did you hear what I said? Because how you think of a thing is how it behaves. If you think money is not enough, then you never have enough. You're never getting it. You ain't getting nothing. You just getting a little. The opposite must always show up, but masters become that opposite, love that opposite, agree with that opposite. There's no way she or myself could be sharing the light if we were not also extremely dark. Because how could you see the light? How? You can't take a flashlight in front of the sun and be like, look. It's impossible. Nor is a candle effective lighting this room when lights are here. So we have to be darkness in order to push that light. But y'all don't like that opposite stuff. You love The Secret and the Law of Attraction in the movie. And it's great. It's actually fantastic. I hope you all watch it and read it today. But it left out the moment you ask is the moment you get punched in the face. It left that out. And if you can't handle that opposite punching you in the face and then appreciate the wounds from your ask, you'll never get what you want.
So with the punch in the face, It's about your perception. So, how I perceive the negative things and the being placed in the battlefield is me calling things to myself. You can't have the sunshine without the rain, but you can dance in the rain.
Oh yeah.
Great perception.
I love the rain. You can't, no, yes, it's a thunderstorm. It's different. No, it's not. Thunderstorms are beautiful if you take the time to look at them. They can be scary or they can be fun. Depends on your perception. So everything, I have nothing to add to what you said except for it's just drawing that line of perception. I can perceive it as the universe punching me in my face, or I could perceive it as I'm being shocked with things that remind me of where I come from and where I'm going.
That's right.
So yes, we broke up. Let's just say it's a relationship. Yes, we broke up. It hurt. I said, okay, I want something better. I'm going to have a better life. I'm going to have a better person. I'm going to have and then this old person that you feel like is karmic or toxic or whatever. Yes, they text you repeatedly. Yes, they call, they show up, they send gifts, all these things. Now, I could see that as them pulling me back and they're making it so hard for me. Or I can see it as they recognize the gift that I am and I appreciate you thinking of me that way, but I still have to go. It's about your perception. I could see it as them tugging me to come back or me thanking me that I was there in the beginning. So I choose to see it as you're welcome and move on about my day. Versus, could you not? Same situation, same things. Rather than get angry and be like, could you just leave me alone? I give you gratitude for being grateful for me, even if you're doing it too late. You're grateful now. Thank you. And move on. Same situation, different perception.
That matters. Next question. Oh,
I like coffee.
Oh, y'all are awesome. Oh, y'all done got some pride in this place.
How do you handle the situation whereby people are seeing you differently, but within yourself? Okay, let me put it this way: people seeing you being great.
Yep.
It comes from every person you meet.
Yep.
But within yourself, you're not seeing that in yourself.
Yeah.
How do you bring it out to match yourself to that people seeing in you?
That pulled at you.
Oh, well, because that was a struggle point for me. That was a struggle point for me. Because often I don't see what other people see. I just don't. But it's not because, and it's simply because I just am. Once you stop worrying about how you see you and how they see you, I just am now. So I don't judge myself. I don't question myself. I accept that I am, whether I am what they think I am, whether I am what they think I am. I understand that I just am. So I don't try to see myself the way they see me.
Fair. Very fair.
Like some people will see me. My name is the Good Witch. There's a broad spectrum of people that see me in a broad spectrum of ways. Do you know how frustrating and infuriating that can be trying to figure out which way I'm going to see me? No, I'm going to just be. And it causes you to second guess yourself when you're not aware, before you become aware of that point. It's just, I can't be who they think I am, because I am all of those things at multiple times. I might be who they say I am. I might be who they say I am. I might be who you say I am, because I am. Just because I am that way right now, don't mean in 5 seconds I won't be the way the other people think I am. It's too much to keep up with. You just learn to be. And don't worry about how you feel about you. You just do those things that you know you want to do. Do things that make you feel good, and you will be good. If it feels good to you, if it feels right for you, then do that and be that. And you won't have to worry about how you see you, because you'll be happy, because you'll be doing things for you. It'll make you happy, so you won't worry about how they see you. And it won't affect how you see you, because you won't see you. You'll just feel. You'll just be. You'll just be happy and be the I am that you are. Does that make sense?
Let me put it this way.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe in every gathering, people always talk how good you are.
Mm-hmm.
Not how bad you
Right.
are. Wherever you go, person always points you out about that how good you are.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you do, someone must be there which you don't know must
Mhm.
point you out how good you are.
Mm-hmm.
But within yourself, you're not seeing that good inside yourself.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not seeing that greatness inside yourself. So that is exactly what I'm asking. How do you compete the battle to equal yourself to bring out that in people seeing you that made them think you are great?
They think you are great because you are great. You don't have to bring out anything. No, you don't have to bring out anything if it's already present. You don't have to bring it out. You just have to accept that that's how they see you, and do things that are good for you so that you feel great about yourself. But you don't have to bring out anything. Clearly, you don't have to prove anything because it's proven before you. Your energy speaks before you do. Sometimes people see things in you that you don't see because it's not for you. You are who you are to them for them, because you just are. You might be, let's say you're a billionaire in their eyes because you gave them $200 for a light bill that they couldn't pay.
There you go.
That's who you are to them. It wasn't for you, but you had that to give to them. So you saved them, you saved their family. So to them, when they kept us in the light because you paid their light bill. And you think, I gave them some money that I had that I was going to go buy a jacket with that I didn't really need. And if you reflect on how great that truly is, like it was nothing to you, but it was everything to someone else. So you stop worrying about how to be something that you already are, because you just simply be. You don't have to pull anything out. I know that's not what you wanted.
No,
But
you said it.
that's just, you want an answer like, okay, this is what I do to build myself up to become a greater person so I can match the expectation of who they have on me.
Yeah.
But you've already met the expectation because they see it in you already, and there's something that you've done that provided them with that expectation.
Right.
You've already done it. It just doesn't seem grand enough for you, but it was big enough for them to see you that way.
Yeah. I have an exercise for you. I'm not saying nothing because she said everything. I have an exercise for you. What created the world in your understanding? What created the world?
God.
I like that answer. And therefore, this cell phone would be, even though it came from my brain, I am in the image of. So this cell phone is another extension. Okay. First thing she said, the second time around was, but they see you that way. God keeps coming to you, hundreds of people, telling you how God feels about you. And you keep saying, God, shut up. Next question. Those people are God. God is trying to remind you about how much God loves you. You finally heard God. Can we clap for this? Oh man! All right. Well, we got plenty of questions, and plus we're gonna do a bunch of stuff, and we're taking questions from the audience as well. Any questions? Only the painful ones, like the real ones. There is. Can you read it?
Like a good recipe, and I mean a really good recipe, how should we recognize what we already have through books, through seminars, through conferences?
Well, okay. I don't talk a lot, y'all. If you already have it, then you don't need books or seminars or anything like that. You need honesty with self. And you ain't gonna find that in a book. Ain't nobody at a seminar can tell you. Ain't nothing I could say to tell you that you got on that shirt if you don't realize you got on that shirt. If you already have these gifts, and I am already a healer, and I am already, what else are people? I'm already intuitive, and I'm already a wealthy, and I'm already full of abundance and life. You have to take some time and be honest with yourself about who you have, what you have, and who you have, and why you weren't able to see it, what is blocking you from seeing it. And then you have to remove those blockages. And yes, there are different ways to remove blockages that can be taught, but you first have to accept that you have them. You first have to accept that you have them. And most people don't. Because most of our blockages truly come from within us. So once you start being more honest with yourself and you see what your blockages are, and you go through the processes of seeing what your blockages are, and you either keep them or you let them go. Same tree. But no, nobody can tell you. And you can't find it in a book. The book can tell you how to look for them, but you still got to go look for them. They can give you, there can be 50 different books with 50 different ways to go look for them. But at the end of the day, either way, you're going to have to go look for them. And nobody can do that but you. That's why I believe in heal thyself. I can't, doctors, nurses, spiritual healers, conjure doctors, it doesn't matter. We help you heal. We help you heal yourself. Because let's say a medical doctor, you go have a heart surgery. They do everything right. They cut the right valves. They put the right thing in the right places. They put everything where it's supposed to be. If your body tissues if you and your body tissues don't connect and they don't do what they're naturally supposed to do, it don't matter what a surgeon does, it's not going to work, because they can put everything in place, but they can't give you what you already have. And they can't show your body what to do. You just have to naturally do it. You have to see you. Your connective tissues have to see your connective tissues and reconnect. And you do that.
Yeah, I heard her. She grown. Another question. So let me tell you how I got here. How did I get in this chair? 1981. The greatest human being on earth was born July 20th. I couldn't resist it. 1986, I'm homeless. And the last conversation I had with my mother, well, up until 29 years old, I was 6, and she wisely said, son, I'm on drugs. There's nothing you can do about it. And then right in front of me, lit up some good crack. I would then find myself through a series of steps, a quick series of steps, to a city dumpster, 47th and Winnie, in this city. It was in the old Golden Globe building. Depends on how old you are and how long you've been in Galveston. And I sit there. And I stay in a trash can from 6 years old to 15 years old because I didn't know how to get out. No adult did that to me. I didn't know how to get out.
11 years.
11 years. Didn't know how to get out. I didn't. I smelled like mop water every day because I didn't know how to get out. I failed the 5th grade and the 6th grade, back to back, in public school. Did not graduate on time because I did not know how to get out. Eventually graduated, put my own self through school, was adopted at 15, became military intelligence, specifically an intelligence analyst for the United States Army. Then I got out. The whole time I understood something was fundamentally different about me. But it wasn't until I lost and lost and lost and then lost people, or the only person who loved me. Y'all can relate to that?
Oh, yes.
Having my grandmother. I'm only here because of my grandmother's prayers. You understand? And then I found myself. And I only found myself because I wanted to kill myself. That's how I got to this chair. I got to this chair because of pain. No one joins Islam or Christianity or Judaism because they're having a good day. You know, I have got all of my dreams. The world is great. I have no reason to pray. Let's try this Christ thing out. No, that's not the way it works. This is not the way it works, right? No, it's just not. It is that contrast that makes you say, has to be something else. If you don't remember who you are, you're never going to find abundance. The word, remember. Parse it to again become a member. Every sacred text says one body in different ways. But where's the body coming from? Source, spirit, God. So until you again become God, you can't bring heaven on earth. It's in every sacred text. It's in every prayer. Your job from Igbo to Crip, that's Crip. Menard Park, Texas, you understand? Regardless of where you come from, until you remember that you did not come here to complain. You did not come here to change. You came here to create.
Absolutely.
Until you remember that, you're never going to be in abundance, and you're always going to lose stuff. Because those who have a lot will always get a lot. And those who have little, that will be taken away.
Oh, well, I'm not going to do the how I got here thing. My life is a very, very long Tyler Perry series. Not even a movie, it's just a series. It's a whole series. Like, Probably about 12 seasons of Tyler Perry at this point. That's a lot. So we won't go through that. So we won't.
roller coaster of Tyler Perry.
Yeah, it's the, throw all those movies in a bag and shake them up and see what happens. That's but the never lose anything. So going back to that, you can't. When we talked about letting things go, going back to the first question, that's good things and bad things. If you don't hold on to anything, like I said, you can't hold 2 cups with one hand. If I don't release the thing that's leaving, how can I get the new thing? So letting go isn't just for bad things. It's part of being in flow with who you are. It's part of being on that vibration. It's part of your perception. It's part of being one. All of these things go together. So I let go of everything. Therefore, I lose nothing. You can't take from me what I give to you freely. If, like, let's say someone goes and robs my house, right? If I don't have attachments to those things, I lost nothing. Because 9 times out of 10, if you ask me for it, I'm going to give it to you. Even if I don't give it to you right then at that moment. Because I'm not attached to it. I like things. I don't get attached to them. Because things, like people, like energy, can be gone in a millisecond. I'm a mother. I even have to not have that attachment to my child. Understanding that if something were to happen, please don't let anything happen. I don't want that to happen. But if it did, I would have to be willing to let that go. I'm also a woman with a womb. Same thing. I have attachments to my body, but if something were to come into it, let's say a pregnancy or something like that, even that is the same thing as losing a child. I would have to let go of something to gain it. I would have to let go of something to have a child. We let go of a lot to have kids. Can't have attachments to those things. And that would be considered over. Everybody would be happy about that one. Everybody be like, yay, it's a baby. Yeah, we're going to throw a shower. We're going to have a party. Same thing. I'm still letting go of things. Just like if I were to lose a child and have to have a funeral, no one would be happy about that. We wouldn't throw a party. I might, but most people wouldn't throw a party because it would be a painful letting go. Just like giving birth is painful, losing a child is painful. So you're in that continuous state of non-attachment so that you can always let go, so that you never lose anything, so that you can continue to gain everything.
That was good.
You should become crystal clear about what it is that you want. Crystal clear. I don't mean this in no motivational speaker way. It's not really my cup of tea. But you should be crystal clear about what you want. You should also know, once you become clear, the vagueness of everything you don't want will jump on your cell phone, will jump in your car. Like literally, somebody right now is going to say, you know what, I want to be stable, and then your engine light's going to come on. Like literally right there. You know, it's gonna pop on because you declared stability, and now your transmission must become instable, whatever you call it, right? Unstable. Right? It's gonna happen. I'm crystal clear about my message. And you can have points of clarity of a couple of things. I know my purpose and I know my message, and I'm willing to die for my message. My message is 3 words. You often hear me say, no one suffers alone, right? many words is that? Is that 3? No one suffers alone.
4.
Okay, there you go. There you go. 4, right? Well,
That's 3 because
It's 3.
no one is one word.
Okay, there you go. There you go. All right.
I counted wrong.
So it sits inside my one message. And if you ever heard me say it, and I don't say it often, I say it often, but I only say it often to a few people until now. Everything's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
That's my message. It's what I've come here to do.
Mm-hmm.
I've come here to let everybody know, the whole world, scream it from the mountaintop. White house, penthouse, crack house, trap house, any house I can get to. Any house I get to, okay? I want all of them to. Any house I get to. Everything is perfect. It is.
Mm-hmm.
And there has never been nothing going wrong with your life now or ever. Now, I felt it from over there, or ever. Nothing has ever been going wrong with your life. Now or ever. Now or ever. Yes, that thing you can't stand is perfect. And you should have said emotional response. Not because you disagree with me, because deep down you know we can't teach you anything you don't already know. Even if you forgot that you know.
Very true.
You're the only compass that you can ever follow on earth. Don't want to be happy? Follow us. It's real talk. If you don't want to be happy, live the life you should. It's the fastest way. It's the fastest way not to be happy. Because until you live the life that your compass says that you should live, you're never going to be happy. And you're going to keep losing. Because Source You loves you so much, it will snatch from you things that you think make you look beautiful. That are, like she said, attachment. That are literally draining you because they're attached to you. So God will just remove stuff until you pay attention. Everything's perfect. It always will be. You have never had a reason to change your life. You don't need to grow up. It's more of you to take off this crap they put on you.
I'm never growing up.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. Refuse to do that. Try that.
It doesn't look good.
It doesn't. I tried it once. And that's what it's fun.
Yeah. No, you go ahead. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not gonna tell you about the time I tried to grow up. It's a very boring story. That's probably around the time I tried to learn patience, and it just was not a good thing. I went to grow up and learn all these virtues that I had no need for.
Feel free, you can ask that.
No, everything you said was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. Just like you said with the attachments, everything is perfect. And like you said, God pulls things away from you. And I see God in self. We all see God in self. So no one, the same sentence repeatedly, no one can tell you what's wrong but you. So you'll pull things out of you. You'll try to show you from your core. Your core will want you to see who you are. So it'll keep putting things in your face and removing things from you until you get to the point to where you see you. And that's just internally you just pulling out of yourself and pouring into yourself at the same time.
Yeah.
So what happens when you let go and you also gain at the same time and you grow in the book?
We like this question.
And you grow and you gain abundantly. And the things you ask God for, He removes, and then He shifts your life. It's like a puzzle, and it's constantly shifting your life.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, your dreams and your visions become louder and louder and louder. And continuous distractions continue to happen over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
But yet you repeat where you started by asking God, just to like, hey, getting rid of the distractions, asking God, going to God first. But yet the visions and the dreams become louder and louder and louder, and it's like, wow. So you're here now, but you're also moving on, like not letting it control your life and any negative any negative way, shape, or form, but just perceiving it as is. But yet, as you're going, or the energy's flowing, it's still continuously getting louder and louder.
Oh, we love this question
What is
so
the
much.
reason for it?
That sounds like a self-worth issue. Like you've already had it. You already have permission for it. You see the growth. You're letting go. Your perception is clear. You're at the door. You have the key. It opened up and you just need to walk through it, but you're questioning yourself. Should I take this step? When everything has lined up, rose petals thrown out. And you just like, I don't know if I can.
With his name on it.
What's your name on it? All the little petals got your name wrote in it. You can look down. Some of them spell them out. You got all the letters, like your birthday, so you know it's you. Your social security number on the one way out there. And you looking at it like, I don't know if that's for me. But everything has lined up perfectly. And you have this fear, this self-worth that you're just struggling with. Am I worthy of this is what it sounds like. Am I worthy of all these things that I've asked God for, that God has given me? Am I ready? Can I do it? Or do I need to start back and ask again to make sure that we got this right the first time, because I want it to be clear. Was I clear enough?
So even at that point,
Hold on,
sorry.
wait. My man. Okay. Your energy shifted. I mean, we all understand the same one. Yeah. There's a difference between intelligence and awareness. Let me define these things. So you can have a high level of intelligence and a low level of awareness. Floyd Mayweather is not a scientist. Y'all are not waiting for the next novella written by Floyd Mayweather. And if I told you he created the COVID-19 vaccine, you probably wouldn't get vaccinated.
That'll be the only one I take. Because there was some divinity there.
Yeah, right. He has a low level of intelligence, but he has enough awareness to make 800 million in 3 times 36 minutes. You understand? Because in life, you don't get what you know, you get who you are. Back to what she said. You know how to get to the door, but who you are won't let you walk through it. Okay, now you can ask your question.
About a year and a half ago, I drove door in this notebook, and it had, I forgot. So it had everything that you are and everything that you are not. So in everything that you that you want yourself to be, and things that you are, that you presently are, but you're overcoming, but yet it both cancels each other's out.
Okay, let me stop you just for a moment. When you said you walked in, you said you shifted. Give me that shift and ask that question. Okay? Give me. All right, let me. I'm gonna help all y'all out because he's so powerful. But I want that shift and then ask that question because you're so intelligent. You've got this practice energy on your question. Give me that shift that happened with that question.
He also recognized what he said when he said it.
Match our vibration.
Okay, so I can say the getting to the door and giving at the same time, it's understanding my own self-worth and understanding my own value.
This is for you.
And not in a sense exchanging, because it doesn't matter if I have $1 or 100 pennies or 4 quarters, because my value is my value. but ultimately, it's my nature is to naturally give something all the time without even processing that. So yet at that door, all I'm thinking about is giving because of where I was born to where I'm at now, having the appreciation, and also battling with a lot of things that I didn't even know I was battling with until my wife told me. And it was like, wow. So now with all of this just clashing at the same time, it's it's actually walking through the door, knowing all of that, and being able to give back to now to teach that and to show other people that it is possible. Because even though it's up to self to do that, sometimes other people need to see others do it because not everyone's the same.
Right.
She's definitely going to answer your question because she's going to do better than me in this one. But the very righteousness that makes you so great is the righteousness you're using to keep you in poverty.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to get that. I need you to get that you're so giving that when it's time to give to you, the very pureness that you have, you turn against you because you think you're supposed to be a poor righteous teacher. And you're taking your wife with you. And she loves you so much, she will follow you to every depth of poverty. Stop.
Taking absolutely nothing away from you, what you said, because that is exactly what she needed him to hear. What I'm going to say to you is be nothing and everything at the same time. You said you had a door with written on your paper, and it had things you wanted to become versus things that you are, right? If you have in your mind that you want to become it, you already are that thing. You just have to accept it.
True.
And knowing that you are all and that you are God because God is in you. You can't put God in a cage. You can't put God behind a door. You can't tell God, okay, well, I'm not abundant yet, but I'm gonna be. I'm as not smart yet, but I'm as gonna be. The fact that I'm thinking these thoughts means that I already am.
Back to your question.
Sure,
Right.
yeah.
But I already am. And once you learn that once you accept, not even learn, because this isn't an intelligent thing, it's an awareness thing. Once you become aware that you already are, you don't have to become. And then you can give to your heart's content because you'll never run out. Because you'll be in a vibration, in a frequency of continuous flow. So as you give, more comes because it's in you to give. So how can it be in God to do something that they're not able to do? So just be and be aware instead of trying to know. Just be aware that you already are those things you have written, that you can give to anybody you choose because you gave to yourself, because it's a cycle that way. As long as you're giving to you, you can give to anybody that you please.
Wow.
Because you won't run out. You talked about the bank account thing earlier. I almost never check my bank account unless somebody asks me to for a reason. I just expect that it's there. Where would it be? He asked me a couple days ago, like, who's my phone service provider? I don't know. That's just I don't know. It's been coming out of the bank account for so long. I don't look at it. I have no idea. How much is your phone bill? I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe I should, but I don't, because I just expect it to be there. Why I couldn't fathom it not being. Why would it like that? That stumps me. Like, I'm trying to figure out now, how could I set up a situation so that it's not there? Like, I don't want to do that. So why would I allow that to be the case? If you're in a constant state of giving, whether that be giving knowledge, whether that be giving finances, whether that be giving hugs, whatever it is that you're giving. As long as you're giving, you can't run out.
It's facts.
Because how could you give it if you didn't have it?
It's facts.
So just throw yourself in there too and understand that as much as I give to others, I am the giver. So in order to be the giver, it has to be there for me to give.
And you're ready. You might be the most ready person in this room.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you're extremely ready to give. You've been doing it. You've been doing it. She's right.
But you don't see your own greatness yet. You just don't see it. It's there. She see it, but you just don't see it. And can't nobody see it. Can't nobody make you see it.
No.
She can't make you see it.
And she can't love you to it.
Nobody can. Like, that's not in a book. Like we talked about a minute ago. Nothing, like the person that asked the question online. There is nothing that anyone could do to give you a vision of you. You could tell you how to get there, but you already internally know. You just don't think you're worth seeing. So once you let that shit go,
there you go.
And accept that you are already everything you wrote down and that you have been giving, so you had it to give. You'll walk through that door and just keep fucking going.
Wonderful.
I think you can actually hear me over there. I have a lot to say. It's just not time. Yes. But I'm going to say this to everybody to back up her abundance thing. The more you give, the more you match that giving, everything in this universe that's abundant will conspire to give you more. I'm not sure why we don't get that. But if you stop being a taker, you'll never have to ask for anything. I want you to think about everybody in your life that's blessed. I mean, like, stupid blessed. Like, he can't have that much money blessed. He's a fraud, but his card never stops swiping blessed. You know, my grandmother, feed everybody blessed. They're the most giving people you know. And they never expect anything in return. Because the universe says, since you gave, I'm ordered by universal law to make sure you don't run out of the reasons or the things to give more. Do you want to add to that? Okay, we got a question online. On certain things, I feel aligned to a thing, getting certain things or getting certain things done, all caps. Can you talk a little bit about alignment, all caps, and how to recognize alignment even in the noises of life? My.
You got it.
Okay. So I had to now define source for you. Okay, it is the thing that all things come from. Source has many names. Source has been called spirit, God, the all, the man upstairs, Allah, Dios. Too many to come up, right? Jehovah, Yahweh. So if you're trying to get in alignment, the understood question there is alignment to what? Like, no, don't get in alignment with me. Get in alignment to source. And then on earth, get in alignment to source again in your brothers and sisters. Your only job on planet Earth is to be in harmony. No. That's 100% facts. It's in all your sacred texts. It's in Romans 12, 13, 14, and 15. It starts getting introduced in chapter 8. It literally is, there is a thing up there, what you call it, source, Holy Spirit, Jesus. I don't know where you come from, right? No matter what you call it, from Orishas to anything, there's something in the realm of absolute that is perfect. And you're like this Bluetooth connector to that perfection. And in that perfection, you got a dual responsibility. So basically, anything towards the heavens is a trilateral responsibility. Mind, body, spirit, subconscious, conscious, superconscious, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Give me another 3, right? Like anything that goes up is anything. What's your 3? What's your 3?
Well, I'm just thinking that
It'll come back up. Any 3ness, right? Any 3ness, it's all there. Laterally, it's always binary. Man, woman, up, down, left, right, big toe, little toe, right? It's always binary. So when it comes to alignment, you have a responsibility to be aligned to what is that great source, and then force, without effort though, with meditation, that alignment here on earth. So let's go back to his question, because it literally followed up and down. Because the last part of it was, in the noises, there is no noise. There's absolutely no noise. Everything here is a beautiful symphony of God expressing God's self. Every single thing here is a beautiful symphony of God expressing God's self. God just didn't want to express God's self to you that way, or that wasn't your job, so it's noise to you. It's not noise to somebody else.
I asked this question before. Everything expressing God itself. I asked it to my wife.
Yes.
There's nothing like good or bad.
No.
But what when somebody takes somebody's life?
Oh, this one here.
So how is it not bad?
Like we said,
We both gonna have answers here.
well, we just talked about the letting go, the losing a child versus having a child. Either way, we're letting go of something. Now, people give you reasons, they give you justifications. I took his life because he raped my daughter. I took his life because he stole my food. Or I took his life because I wanted his shoe. Either way,
But taking a
I
life
took his life.
when the person did not do anything to
No. But there is no justification.
Right.
There is no justification. And at the same time, it's all justified based on your perceptions.
But no one
Based
ever
on
does
your
anything
perceptions.
wrong.
No one does anything. You didn't, like we said, you could set the tree on fire. You could throw the fruit in the ocean. You're creating something good in the process. So a few people here know that in the past 8 months, I've lost 7 people that are extremely close to me, one being my sister, for no reason. She wasn't sick. She was like 2 years and 2 months older than me, has a daughter that's 3 years older than mine. She went to the hospital for back pain. 30 minutes later, she coded. Within an hour and a half, she was gone. No reason, no explanation. Somebody did something wrong at the hospital. I can't be mad at them because all things are perfect. Because I see it as, whether I don't fate all that other stuff, that's great, but all things are perfect. Because let's say that had not happened. Let's say she was still here and she was experiencing a reality
that was horrendous. Or she was experiencing a reality that was great, that was causing someone else a horrendous amount of pain. Things happen the way they should. So if someone
Some
takes a
things.
life, I think all things, because all things are perfect.
Okay. My question goes clearly on this. It's gonna be long. I'm gonna say.
Okay.
It's a pain in my heart. I know I'm trying to see how I'm gonna let it go.
Okay. I'm familiar with that.
I come from a polygamous family.
Mm-hmm.
My father married 3 wives.
Mm-hmm.
My mom is the middle wife.
Mm-hmm.
Second.
Mm-hmm.
When I was growing up, there was a lot of witchcraft going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know something about that.
A little bit.
A lot of witchcraft among the women who gonna get loved more. And my mom happened to be the most harmonizing person among all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, she died out of it, whereby she bringing everybody together, trying to get everybody come together,
Mm-hmm.
try to make peace.
Mm-hmm.
And she gone. And the year she gone, that was 2001.
Mm-hmm.
The same person who witchcraft on all the way killed, let me use the word. I lost 4 people that 2001.
I'm not smiling because you
I
like
understand.
speaking.
It happened with my younger brother from the third wife, but I love that boy so much because I was the last male on my mother.
Mm-hmm.
So I use him as like my younger male brother
Mm-hmm.
on my own mother's side. He died on New Year Day. Good Friday. My mom died on. Then another of my friends died on in between. My mom died on June 8th. Then my mom's younger brother died on July 31st. The same 2001. All come from one person. And that one person is the person, when we are growing up, our dad has retired. He's no more taking care of us on the school fees. Then it happened to be his second son from the first wife, who he set up very well so he can become rich. He started for him to take over from where he stopped. Because according to that tradition,
Mm-hmm.
everybody member of the family helps member of the family. So he have liking among everybody except myself. Everybody that comes out of the family, whenever we go to take a school fees, he will give the rest. We were 23 in number in the family. Then among the growing up,
Take your time.
among the growing ups, he will give all that school fees. He will tell me to go home, come back later, for no reason. That I lied or something. I struggled to come out of secondary school called high school. I wanted to become a doctor. So after secondary school, high school, I'm fine. After secondary school, my dad was like, hey, son, you see how it is. You struggle to come out of secondary school. I don't think going to university, college, gonna be possible. Our tradition is just go and do business, we call it apprenticeship. Like maybe he had a very good business. I will go to him and serve him for 7 years or 4 years, depends on the agreement.
Right.
Being in his business shop, helping him to make the sales, living with him, he feed me, but no payment. I will serve for that 7 years or 5 years. After that, then he would be like, okay, you did good, take this amount of money, go and start your own business. Mm-hmm. The tradition. So he got to go do that. I said, okay. One of our cousins is a pharmacist. So he had a medical pharmaceutical chemist. So I went to join him. 2 years, he said, okay, that he never see that anybody who learned that trade for 2 years. He brought me to that our brother, that my brother, our brother, and that, hey, this guy is done well. This is unbelievable. I'm the cousin. I'm giving him so amount of money to pay for his store. Set him up. He's good. All the brother said, okay, we will talk about it later. You can go. He turned back and said, go and look for something else to do. That is not going to sponsor for that. In a nutshell, everything I do, he been there, tried to knock me down for no reason. Among every member of the family, myself is singled out. And it's been a very struggle, and I would say he put me where I am today.
Yes.
Because I grew up seeing myself as like, nobody is with me. I do everything all by myself. I set myself up with where I am, wherever I am. But till today, it never stopped. The pain is in my heart. I don't know how to forgive him.
Yeah.
I don't know how to, looking back, every pain he has cost me, but to know how to forgive has been a very big issue to me. Recently, my town made me, all the brothers in diaspora, youths in diaspora all over the world, we have a forum. They made me the President General to be their president. He heard about it. He started attacking it, asking them, has somebody known, do you guys don't have anybody else to be this guy, to be the President General? Someone who was there called me. Is this man, because he is the chief of our town, he was the king of our town.
Mm-hmm.
So the position they gave me made me to be the third in command after him, after another person, it might be me.
Right.
So he challenging it, tried to oppose it, but a lot of people said, we have no choice, he's the person we know. So, but they're not sure the pain, how to forgive such a thing from childhood to right now, I don't know. It's too much. I don't know where to begin to do about that.
Can y'all clap, please, for him? Glory to him.
Oh, I was gonna say the same thing. Okay. Okay. So forgiveness is a process, but it's not easy, especially for that. I had to forgive a lot, because when you don't forgive, like you said, like we talked about earlier, it cycles it back. When we talked about the molestation, mine and Tony's, in order to become assertive, in order to not continue to draw that in, it hurt like hell. But I had to forgive them for me. Understanding that forgiveness is not for him. It's for you. It's for your children. It's for your wife. And just because you forgive him, don't mean you got to fuck with him. And I'm sorry, y'all, I cuss. But look, my throat chakra is completely open. I say what I want to.
It came out better that way.
But it don't mean you have to fuck with him. Nope. It don't mean you have to trust him. People think forgiveness means I gotta like you. I don't gotta like you to forgive you. Forgiving him will release you.
And his dreams, he got locked up.
Right. It'll release you, and he'll feel that you forgave him, and you don't have to tell him, I forgive you. You forgive them energetically. You don't have, people put themselves through a lot. I got to have a conversation. I got to talk to you about it. I got to tell you I forgive you. I got to put it on a t-shirt, all of this stuff. No, I forgive you for me.
Yep. Gotta go out to eat.
Yeah, I forgive you for me. I forgive you internally for me, so I can let this go, so that I can release this blockage. And that, knowing that, makes it easier. when I was doing that patience thing, I did go through a process of thinking that, okay, part of the rules of forgiveness, I need to call these people and talk to these people and tell them, you know what, I forgive you. Yeah, it's just do with them or me. That was somebody else's expectation on what forgiveness is. I think your expectations of forgiveness are way too high.
Mm-hmm.
You don't gotta like him.
No.
You don't gotta deal with him. You don't have to. You don't need his approval.
Nope.
A lot of times we think forgiveness comes with approval and acceptance. I forgive you whether you accept it or not. Honestly, I probably will never know whether you accept it or not because I'm not gonna ask.
But you've been holding on to him for 40 years.
Right. So now it's a friend.
Carrying him.
But now it's a friend. I find comfort in it because if I forgive him, if I let that go, I might not have that attachment to my family that I had. My story would be different. I won't have the same story that I have now of how I made it on my own. How it's just been me and God and somebody was trying to push me down. I won't have that once I forgive them. And that's a fear. You'll still have the gifts from it. But once you let go of the need to have the story and the need to have them accept you, you can forgive them. But right now, you still need you were still needing him to accept you in order, accept me, accept my forgiveness. And that would be hard.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't that hard. It doesn't have to be. You can forgive them without them ever knowing that you forgive them. You just move on with your life and energetically let it go. And Tony can tell you how to do that.
No one can stop you from creating what you are creating. They can pray against it. They can stand in front of it. They can use king power. They could be texting you right now, as half of you are texting while we talking. Like literally, you know what I'm saying? You could be running for president and they could be Congress against you. If you manifest something, nobody can stand in front of that now or ever. Nobody. Listen. Y'all are you're not giving your God power enough God power. I can't stand in front of what you're creating because it's not in the equation. Because you are sowing seeds, but you're not the only seed sower. Let's process the seed sowing process. Have a seed, let it go. Y'all don't even get past that part though. Mm-hmm. Like, you want to hold the seed, control the seed, tell Sheena what to do with it, right? And literally just hold on to it. But seeds don't grow roots in hands. There's never been a seed on planet Earth that sprouted in your hands or anyone's hands. It ain't never happened. So until you let go and let the ground be smarter than you, y'all don't get past that part either, right? You don't get past the let go, and you don't get past not being the smartest person in the room. So once you let go, let the ground. But once your seed is in the ground, Sam, nobody can stop that. Nobody. No. Once it's in the ground, the only way it can be stopped is if you say, hey, y'all, I planted a seed here. Come mess it up. Here's the shovel. Please dig up my seed. Because you got to let me in your garden for that. And you let this brother in your garden for almost 40 years. And every time you say, baby, I love you, he's like, no, you don't. He's caused problems every single place you've ever been. Because you keep saying, here's the shovel. Mess my stuff up. There's another way, and I'll pass it back to you, to jack up your harvest. Just keep on damn near checking on it, which it check on itself. Put the seed into the ground. It's taking too long. Let me just see. You dig it up to see if it's working. Every time you dig up what you asked for, you reschedule the harvest. I need somebody to hear me in this place. Every single time you check up on what God already said, I'm in control of. I'm gonna make this thing grow. You go, let me check on it. You start the whole process back over. It was just about to take roots. You've been waiting 3.5 years for it. It was just about spring in 6 months. You done started 3.5 years old. If you let me in your garden, which you have, you let him in. And here he is sowing all this good stuff. And dude is like, hate. We go, it's growing together. This is why you need to forgive, like she said. Because until you forgive, you're going to keep planting in your garden. You are paying for harvest, you're not planting. Half the stuff you're getting is his seeds in your garden because you gave him permission to plant in your garden. Did y'all hear what I said? And the other half of you, you're just too smart to let the ground be smarter than you. So you keep checking on the ground. You sure you grounding right? Y'all need some help down there? Because you don't know how to let go. And you don't know how not to be so damn smart. It takes a lot of intelligence to be dumb enough to have faith.
Well, like Tony said, you let him into your garden. And I'm going to go back to your first question. Okay. So you were asking me you just said how to forgive him, right? And you were telling us how he's made things difficult for you every step along the way from your childhood, right? But your first question was, how do all these people keep saying I'm great?
Oh.
So did he really mess it up?
Did you just make a point?
Because if everybody thinks you're great and you move forward even with his applied force, maybe that pressure made you better. It's about your perception. So if I perceive that pressure you applied to me to try to hurt me made me grow and made me blossom, instead of being angry with you, you know what? I forgive you for that. And I'm grateful for you. And if I see it that
way, it made you pick the right wife. You could
you have all the things that you have. People see you. People see you. That was your first question. How do I meet my own expectation? How do I meet somebody thinks I'm great and I'm God, and so many people think these great things about me? Yes.
It's like Joseph and his brothers. He's been knowing, and you know what kind of abilities he has. He's seen it. And he's been fighting against it your whole life.
That is the perfect scenario.
He's in the pit, trying to get rid of you. He's been digging holes for you everywhere you go, but he can't stop you from becoming.
No, but the brothers were there to make Joseph.
God put them where they were so that they could be a part of that process.
When they know Joseph without the brothers.
Digging the holes has helped you become as great as you are, as great as I know you to be. As great as everybody sees, except you.
Well, here's the deal. So let's go back to the good witch here for a second. So does he need to see?
No, he sees to be.
No.
I'm asking. I don't know the answer.
Because we're going to still answer your first question. It's not about what you see. It's about what you perceive. I perceive him for you as a catalyst. Because had he not been so, let's say he paid your school fees and you became a doctor, right? You wouldn't have her.
That's right.
You wouldn't have your children. You wouldn't have the businesses that you have. You might not have dual citizenship, anything. could have happened. You would have an entirely different life.
Yeah, probably his friend,
Not necessarily a better one.
one of his employees, they was friends.
You would have had just a different life, not necessarily a better life. But he applied the pressure that you needed to become who you need to become. If he had paid your school fees, would you say third in command? Would you be or would you not be? You'd be off somewhere else doing something else.
Would your loyalty to him, had he been nice to you, made you his employee and not your own?
Right. So be grateful to him. And then you can forgive him. Because all he was a catalyst.
You got some skills.
Yes.
Another question. We are magically going through our agenda at the same time we have questions too.
Yay.
Yes.
Alignment.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Mhm.
Is that something that I don't have to do with awareness? I'm curious if it shows all of the good and bad, and is that something that we should be trying to align with? So that we know, because I know a lot of the goodness and the greatness that is within us and the stuff that we want to do and
Come
want
here,
to
you
be
gotta
a
come on
part
camera.
of.
Come here. Come here.
Um,
Come talk to them.
I
Your voice is so tender. You can come on over here.
okay.
There you go.
So I'm feeling that, like, because of all the great things that are already within us, what we're trying to do, or we feel the need and doing, what we automatically have the energy for doing, is because it exists within us. It's a part of us. So if we were able to see all that we've always been, all that we are in this timeline of continuum, how do we do that so that we can stop doubting and judging? Because we know.
Do what? See or
How do we align with the Akashic, or how do we open up the Akashic records? How do we tap into it so that, is this the right question?
It's always the right
question. Okay, because it's like, I know, like, we already know who we are.
Mhm.
We already know it because we are, regardless of if we're asking or if we're going to do. It's like we may even hesitate on the stuff that we should do because it's like, well, is it in conjunction with everything else that's going? Is it in harmony with everything that's around us, so to speak? So it's like a lot of times we hesitate on our greatness of who we already are and stop just being and just doing because of like certain things, people that have mentioned us, that hold us back, they're allowing to put like the weight and the hold back and the lock on us that really doesn't exist. It's just a part of.
You're right.
you're right.
So how do we operate and open the Akashic records within ourselves? So it's not an opening, but you know what I mean, what I'm asking, like the
Right.
downloads and the connecting is what I'm asking.
You've been reading some
So
stuff. Who's first?
So Akashic records, does anybody know what they are?
You might need to explain.
Okay, so that is, to my understanding of what I've been reading and researching, has to do with the.
Okay.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but
No.
in my understanding.
I will help you with that.
Okay, that it's literally the DNA code, the records of all existing.
Mhm.
Like all that ever was continuing through, it's the, you can see it, you're a part of it. You there's nothing that's unknown.
Right.
Okay.
So you're absolutely right. Akashic records are, you are the Akashic record first, but understanding everything that ever has been, everything that ever was in many different life cycles on many different planes, right? So people get these Akashic record readings by birth chart. They look at your birthday, they line up all the things cosmically on when this star is in this place, because when Saturn is in your north node and Pluto is in your fifth house, all of that stuff is great and it's
excellent information to have to plot out your life. And it's wonderful information, but it's also dangerous information because it makes you believe that you cannot create if you're not aware of what you're doing. So knowing your Akashic record, like I know my Akashic record, I love it. I do birth charts and all those things. But I only do it in the knowing that I can create it to be what I need it to be. So learning it before you're at that place will put you at a state of stagnancy. Okay, well, I have to wait on 2023 before I make my next move because Pluto won't be in the right house at this time. And it might be a retrograde and things might move too fast. Oh, it said this. Instead of being in continuous flow, you create your cosmic record because everything is always moving. So you get your Akashic record and you get your birth charts and all those things, understanding that it could change.
And it will.
And it will. As the earth turns, things are in continuous flow and they're always changing. So the best thing to do is get into flow and trust yourself in your knowing. Because you'll know things, people will tell you things, you'll get your Akashic reading and you'll get your cosmic records and all those things. And will you still trust you? Or will you trust what I tell you is supposed to happen? Or will you really trust you? Because if the Akashic record tells me I'm going to die in 2022, and that's not my plan for life, we're going to have to figure out what that is so I can move forward with it. And as the earth turns, it changes. So I would say it's good to know, and it's good to learn it once you get to a place of self-trust and knowing. Before you're at that place, no, it can be detrimental to you.
Absolutely. Open the gate for Reggie? Yes.
Did I answer your question?
Oh, you answered the crap of that. I don't know.
No,
yours specifically.
she has another one.
Okay, hold on. I hate fate, and she knows this. Okay, bothers the crap out of me. I think it's going to help your question. Okay, align your question a little better. The one you got. Everything she says is facts, and I understand and respect that fate exists because some stuff I be trying to change, I just can't. I sure hope y'all receive that. Oh, I like changing stuff. While I know about everything you ask, I stay away from it because it makes me happy. To know makes me powerless. I'm not saying for everybody. As the way God expresses God's self through me, I'm not with that. Did you hear what I said? I recognize how God is manifesting God's self through me.
The individuality of it.
Right. And that, I don't like that. And I'm okay with that. And I'm perfectly okay with you liking it and her liking it. And I'm perfectly okay in talking about it and even going through mine. And I'm like, wow, that was really good. And I'm still going to do what I'm going to do right after that conversation. Because it's the way God lives through me, is to create.
And that constant flow.
That constant flow. And if I got something, if I have something I want to change, I don't.
You have something that you want to change?
Because change is negative energy. It's energy in the wrong place. Okay. To change something is to admit I don't like it. And I'm already in the worst energy possible. It is to say there's a huge bucket of water in this living room and it's filled with COVID and boo-boo and mud on your precious $3,000 Persian white carpet. Now, if I tip it over, you ain't got no more $3,000 Persian white carpet. But if I put my hand in it, I'm gonna get sick and I'm gonna get what's in the bucket on me. Boats only have a problem when the water get in the boat, not outside the boat. So the only way to change the bucket, assuming the carpet's not there no more, is I got to pour clean water in the bucket. But if it's 5 gallons, I can't pour 5 gallons of clean water in the bucket and expect the bucket to be clean. And I can't do 20 because that's not enough. And I can't do 100 because that's not enough. Got to do something like 1,000 clean gallons of water just to replace that water out of it. Back to you. That's how I like it. See, the records and all that stuff, it's just water that's done for me. I'm not with, but I'm with that.
Okay.
I want to be clean water as I deem that clean water to be. And nobody's going to stop me from being clean water or stop me from pouring out that clean water. And that makes me feel good. It's opposite for you, but it makes me feel good. So I have no problem listening to all the waters around me. Don't give a damn. I'm fine with that. I love the whole conversation. As soon as you leave, I'm going back to the way I like to live my life.
And the Akashic record probably says that's exactly where he'll be, but he wouldn't know that.
No, I would not.
So
That's what I'm saying. So it comes down to align with source and align. No matter what we do, we're always aligned. In
Everything's perfect.
in retrospect, so to speak.
Everything's
Everything comes
perfect.
out. And it's a continuous timeline. It already is.
Mhm.
So you're saying in knowing sometimes we can
you worry
stop
yourself to
creating.
death.
Yeah.
You worry yourself about, oh, well, this said I was supposed to be here yesterday on the 30th. It's the 31st, and I was not at the sun. I was not at the right coordinates, 37, 52, 68 on the 30th. That is not where I was. And therefore, I missed out on what I was supposed to be. Dang it. And that's not how that works.
So just continue.
Just continue, because the Akashic record, your birth chart, all of those things are very specific. But like, let's say the full moon, right? Let's say we have a full moon on Monday. You're in that energy for 3 to 4 days anyway. Whether it's the full moon or not, the energy is still present. So whether you're over here off the carpet or you're on the carpet, wherever you are, you're still within the realm of where you should be.
Right.
And if you study it too much without understanding how to create and being one with yourself and one with the all, you will overstress and overworry yourself.
Which is stuff I don't like doing.
Yeah. That was the thing. It's just like after realizing, like when stuff started going crazy, I was like, what is going on? And then after there was a point where it was revealed, and I'm saying, I'm like, but even I still
You did the same thing that you did.
through, but at least the understanding, so to speak, would have been there, and the more patience with the situation and the
Really?
I know.
I like, okay, so for me, I like looking at mine in hindsight.
Okay, yeah. That's
Sometimes it helps me find understanding in things.
And she can balance that. I can't balance
I
that.
can balance it.
Right.
I look at mine in hindsight and go, that makes sense now.
I'm too arrogant to balance it.
Okay, my North Node was in Saturn. That's why I was feeling that way. I get it now. I know why I said that thing now. Okay, it makes perfect sense. But
It's gonna have the exact opposite effect on
looking
me.
forward,
you try to prevent it.
oh, I
Well, for
don't,
me,
but
I
people,
would.
he would try. Oh, well, I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
going to do that day. Just he would do it out of spite, just to see if he could.
With some mathematical
Offsets.
But it,
Screw all
and whether it worked or whether it didn't,
it'd be a waste of energy for me.
yeah,
I'd be
it would be a
much trying
waste
to
of
change
energy.
that. I'm not.
You're not doing what you're supposed to
I'm not
do.
doing what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, I'm the worst.
Just stay and flow, and you'll be in your Akashic record as you should.
Knowing yourself is a superpower. Don't ever forget that.
It really is. And accepting yourself.
So my
That was
question
better.
is a follow-up to hers, because I just learned about the Akashic records last year, and my understanding was not from it wasn't from a look back and see why. It was from a write your Akashic record, because that's the energy we're in right now, and it's wide open. So be intentional about everything you do, because right now the records are open.
They're always open.
Yeah. Does that energy ever fade though?
Yeah, that was my question because it
It never fades.
Oh.
It's always open.
Okay.
It's always open. Right now, they're saying it's more open because more people are waking up to it and it's becoming trendy. So the more energy something gets, the more powerful it becomes. Like even if we look at the Orishas, when you look at, okay, Beyonce made the Lemonade album and she came out with that Sorry song and all of her Oshun energy, and she did all the representations with the river and the yellow dress and the bat and the cards. They were all aspects of Oshun. And even if you look at what she was hitting with the cards and the bat were representations of another Orisha because they represent mechanical things that broke her heart. So yes, she would break those engineering, those industrial things. Everything had a reason. And it gave Oshun, who is now probably one of the most popular Orishas, energy because it gave focus to it. Not because she's the most powerful Orisha. It was because so many people were paying attention to her now. Just like that's why the Akashic records, they say, are more open now, because everywhere you look, someone on some platform is saying, get your Akashic record done. Let me tell you what you got to do next year. When you decide what you have to do next year, but you'll probably be in line with your Akashic record based on who you are. And you're going to do that anyway. But it's trendy, so that's why they say it's open.
Which brings up an extremely good point to bring up here. There are no mistakes. Yeah, I hate that. I don't know why there's so much resistance on that. There are no mistakes. They don't exist. That's a fallacy. It is propagated by religion to keep you in that one. There are no mistakes. Right? This is how program and brainwash are. I said propagated by religion. You just heard me say your religion. I said like all 1,000 of them. You just heard one. That's kind of the point I'm making here. There are no mistakes. They're just longer roads to get you where you was already going.
Mm-hmm.
No mistake.
Different paths, same destination.
Yeah, you can't possibly think that God's plans don't include your mistakes. Why would you do that to yourself? like y'all must think I'm God, right? And this vengeful. But you know what? I ain't like what you did to me in 2021, so you can't have this in 2025 because I'm mad still. That's how we do in relationships, right? I'm spoiled. You ain't answer my text message until you make me feel better. Not good. That ain't God. Well, I didn't like it, Sam. I didn't like it. So until I get some sacrifices, I'm not gonna feel better. Right? So you're not getting blessed.
That's a sacrifice. Where's Sam? I feel like we picking on Sam at this point.
Are no mistakes. Steve Jobs said this in a keynote right before he died. You can't connect the dots moving forward. You can only connect them moving backwards. But we stress out. This is why I don't like the Akashic record, right? It's me personally. Because it forces me to try to connect dots that I can't connect. Because I'm too compulsive. I'm too much of a pioneer. I'm too headstrong. I'm not calm enough. I'm not patient. I see that I'm gonna start seeing patterns, and I'm gonna say, well, if it did like this one should happen like this, and I'm just gonna mess all this up. Because the Akasha records for me put me out of meditation and put me into manipulation. And since I understand that, I stay away from things that force me to do effort. Because this is not an effort or a manipulated universe. This is a universe of meditation, of attraction, of cooperation. And if it's not in these energies, then you're not living it right. Life And I wanted to say this earlier, and I'm going to say it now. It's not meant to be a struggle. And I'm sorry that somebody in a suit or a dress taught you should struggle. If some of you been struggling during this conversation, and it has nothing to do with your character. It has everything to do with your programming. Life is not meant to be a struggle. She said you can't hold two cups. You can't say two words. So why are you doing two things at the same time? You can't say dog and cat at the same time. You gotta say dog, cat. That's two different times. You can't just say them at the same time. There is nothing about you making a mistake now or ever. There is nothing going wrong in your life now or ever. And the people who embrace and love that conflict that those two sentences I just said created, they become masters. Those who do not. One of y'all said earlier, I think it was you got to repeat that same mistake over. This universe will find a fantastic way to find another way to teach you the lesson you're supposed to be learning until you learn that lesson. And then you're going to raise an awareness and to find all new resistance in that awareness. And that's the beautiful part of the process. It's a beautiful part because your gums had to violently break for your teeth to come out. And you wouldn't be able to eat the food you eat without that violence. Last thing I'll say, I'll throw it back to her. All ease that comes from this universe flows from violence. Our job is to do just enough violence to stay in harmony. When it gets too hot and the air gets too dry, if the oceans get too warm, a western wind hits a northern wind and the North Atlantic current, all that creates a hurricane. And violently, the weather at that time will violently correct itself until there's peace again. It's the whole, she's mentioned thunderstorms. It's the same thing. All ease that comes from this universe flows from violence. Whether you're vegan, well, I don't eat meat. It's fine. You're still violently killing plants because they have consciousness, whether you want them to be or not. They do. But we're supposed to do just enough violence. I've been releasing my stomach, like real stomach. I'm not metaphors. There's tire around my waist because I violently ate too many Reese's peanut butter cups. I did not, in harmony, do just enough violence to enjoy my pleasure.
Right.
Since I overcompensated, I did
Right.
too much violence, and it manifested itself in my body. Y'all are doing too much violence, and that manifests itself somewhere. Relationships, whatever, health, throat, mucus, I don't know, whatever it is, it's creating that. All ease flows through this violence. But when that ease comes from God, it always comes with peace. Got to be like, leave. And as soon as you know, you'll do that and it comes with peace and you'll get back everything you ever want. She lost 7 people, 8 months. How much are you gaining? That's her business, right?
No, but I mean,
Understanding the masterfulness of releasing. Like, let's say I had held on to that first loss, which was my closest aunt. Let's say I held on to that. And then I held on to that second loss, which was my second closest on it. And then I held on to that third loss, which was my cousin. Like, let's say I held on to those three, right? What the fuck am I going to do with the other four? You break. You can only hold so much. Somebody would say, okay, I'm saying I can't hold 2 cups like I did earlier. Well, you can stack a cup on top of here. I could. There's only so many cups I could stack, no matter how good my balance is.
You're gonna burn yourself.
And I'm not holding it. I'm just piling it up. I'm still just holding one and making it heavier. So I'm not holding multiple cups. I'm stacking more weight on top of this one. And either all of them are going to fall or my arm is going to break because it's too heavy. So, yes, in losing things, I gained so much. When I lost my aunt in the physical, I gained an ancestor. When I lost my sister, I gained a spiritual consciousness. I gained some awareness from that. I gained a new gift of forgiving. I gained a new level of growth. I gained a new level to healing that I didn't know I could do because it made me stretch me.
Wow.
So yes, I gained with each of those losses. And I had to do that by choice.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
It ain't an easy choice,
No, it's painful.
but it's a necessary one for me. It's a necessary one for most people that don't want to be stuck.
How many people have you held on to, even in death, and now you can't pay attention to the man who wants to change your whole life because you're holding on to that? That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. Ain't nothing to say. I know when I say something. I'm fully aware when I say something. Fully aware. You are missing a divine connection because you're holding on to something God's trying to tear apart.
Say that.
You're missing a divine connection because you're holding on to something God's trying to tear apart. Some could be redefinition, but when it comes to me, God rarely redefines stuff for me because I'm too compulsive. I'm too me. I know you redefined it, but fuck that, right? I'm serious. I'm dead serious. I know who I am. I know exactly who I am. I cuss to y'all. I cuss to God. Like, look, I ain't finna do that. So God don't redefine nothing for me. Just be like, get that out of here, right? I'm serious. I'm dead serious. You self-awareness and receiving said self-awareness is a superpower. Y'all hold on to relationships, or it's not just relationships, right? It's
Everything, loss, gains. Sometimes you hold on to your
Wins
wins
so hard, you can't get another one.
Okay, you gotta say that again and expound on it. Oh, okay, you gotta say that again and expound on it. Man.
Because we focus on loss and lack so much. Focus on the good things and learn to let those go too. You focus on your win so much because that time you won that one championship and you brag about it for freaking ever.
Back in high school.
Right. You couldn't even master going through college or going through whatever.
But in high school though.
Right. But you could have, and you went into the new arena that you were brought into holding on to that one win. So you couldn't learn to win at another level because you were focused on how you won that one time. So if I don't focus on how I won that one time and just accept that I won, know that I can do that and empty that let that go too. So now I have a new blank slate so I can learn how to win at another level. When I win at that one, I'm gonna let that go too. So I can become a new blank slate so I can learn how to win at another level, and I'm gonna let that go too. So I can learn how to do it again. But you hold on to, well, I won that one time. So this is how you do it. And that's how I did it then. Doesn't mean that's how you're going to do it the next time. And 9 times out of 10, anything that's growth, it won't be the same way that you did it last time.
How often do you change?
Every second, every millisecond.
Break it down for us. Break it down.
Every time I breathe, I change. Every time I take a breath, I become a new environment. I become the environment that I want to be. I become the environment that I want to create with every breath. Because as I sit with each of you, I learn from each of you. And I have to accept that with every second, with every glance, with every nod, with every thought, with every feeling, with every emotion. I must change and I must grow with it, accept it, and let it go at the same time. So yes, I change with every breath.
Now we got that is not the answer I would have said. Next on our agenda, because you've never taken a loss, right? Never. Separation is an illusion. My. Just from the title of the section, are there any questions?
Next section.
I know that's right. I know that's right.
Yeah.
She said skip that one.
I know. In the video, she'll be here to say stuff like that all the time. So Neil Donald Walsh said there's one of us in the room.
Right.
There is just one, and there's different manifestations of that one. So anything that divides us is superficial. It's something man created. For instance, the universe only creates abundance. Man creates lack. It's not one or 1,500 raindrops, right? Like 1,500 raindrops or one COVID. Like, this is one person that caught them joints. You know what I'm saying? No, real talk, right? It's you don't have one breath, and then breath goes, well, your credit isn't good enough for me to breathe again. You're like your lungs, because that's a man-made thing. Abundance is everywhere. So if you don't have what you want, it's not that you don't have what you want. You have an abundance of what you don't want. There's no lack, not with the universe. Separation, anything we use it for is just superficial. It's a bunch of man-made stuff that we made up. And there is nobody here different from anybody here. What is different is the way we decided in the realm of what is perfect of how we were going to express the experience of God. That is what's different, which kind of goes back to what you were saying about murdering people. That person expressed God in that manner. Doesn't matter if you like to hear it. Doesn't matter if it jives with your doctrine or denomination. Because the same God that's been causing him hell, that's how he expresses God. But you chose opposite. And the way you express God is the way everybody keep telling you, you're great, you're great, you're great, you're great. That's your expression of God, to be great on earth. His is different. But separation is an illusion. Separated from loved ones, be separate from here. Take, for instance, the way we're handling this conversation. You say something, I say something. Ain't nothing in competition. It's all the same truth. I wouldn't even say it's different perspectives or perspectives. What's the word I'm looking for? Perspectives of what is. God manifests God's self like this, and then like that. And you're getting one truth, different manifestations. Because prosperity has one voice. Just a lot of people saying it. But it's the same thing. So to conclude this, I'll give it to her. Separation is trash. If you are in lack, it is because you have withdrawn in that area. So any area of your life that you are suffering in, doesn't matter. It isn't philosophical, spiritual, tangible, financial, it doesn't matter, right? Wherever you have lack, God's not in that area. Now, I want you to hijack the word God the way I used it. If it serves you, then hijack it. I mean, where there is God, there is growth. Where there is growth, there are blessings. You have no growth in that area because you have no God in that area, because your kingdom can't come. I mean, God's kingdom can't come until your kingdom leaves.
Ooh, wow. Rewind.
Dwayne Brooks actually said that. God's kingdom can't come until your kingdom leaves. So in that area of your life, that's your kingdom, and it's killing you. And that's the best expression of the kingdom that you ever had, because you haven't raised your consciousness to find a better expression of the kingdom. So you just got a broke ass kingdom, or whatever it is that you don't like, because it's just sitting there being unworthy of you. But the truth is, it is you. It is what you think of yourself. So is your body. So are your problems. She said something so cold earlier, didn't say nothing. But not only is everything moving, so are your problems. But y'all keep them still as hell. No. The only consistent thing that y'all care about is your problems. You moving and growing, but your problems, they moving too. Their problems can't last. They can't problem forever. You just like that stuff. Because the way you're expressing God right now is to be weak. It's to be a God that has no power. That's not what I like to do. I like a giving God, waking people up, changing the world. What about you?
I agree with everything. I just see it in a more universal perspective. My daughter explained it to me best. And she probably told me this when she was in like 7th grade. If you look at a human body, because she wants to be a surgeon or she wants to be a doctor, right? Human body. Consider us all cells of the universe. So if the universe is massive enough for Earth to be a fingernail, that means the other planets that we know of would be other fingernails. Imagine what the hands look like. And if everything is on a frequency, there is no lack of anything, good or bad. The universe is full of positive abundance and negative abundance. Each cell has a function in your body. So you just decide which frequency you're going to be on, and you'll have that. Whether I decide to be a crusty black fingernail that's chipping, or whether I decide to be a flourishing, growing fingernail that knows how to use the cells around it, to oxygenate it, to let the cells around it that try to break me heal me. Because I'm considering each of you a cell too, just like I'm a cell. We're the same cell. We're the same entity. We're the same tissue. And some cells come to heal, and they do so by eating away at other cells so that they can fit through and do the things that they need to do, so that they can form them into certain shapes. So if I allow that to happen the way that it should, I will be a growing part of the cell and not a tumor or a toxic part of the cell that needs to be eradicated. Because the way the conversation came about is there was some war and we were talking about bombs. And she was like, oh, so the universe scraped his knee.
Wow. Wow.
Because some bomb blew up and there was a war. That'll heal too. You just have to be on the frequency of allowing yourself to be a part of that, to be a part of the abundance rather than the loss. So you don't want to be the scab that's going to fall off. You want to, it does, but you don't want to be that.
No.
You want to be the cells that regenerate. You want to be the cells that heal. You want to be the cells that grow. You want to be the abundant cells, which is the majority. The majority of cells are abundant and they're healthy and they're growing, but you will have those ones that need to attack because that serves their purpose. So if she can find the purpose in a war where millions of people die and just see it as a scrape on a knee of the universe, of God,
It's amazing.
then we can tap into any frequency that we choose. So if we choose to continue and to tap into the energy of lack, that's what we'll have because that's what we want. If I continue to tap into the energy of loss and feeling like I lost something, that's what I have because that's what I want. So even in death, I see it as a gain. I had to find the thing that I gained in the loss so that I can continuously grow and gain from it because I don't want to be the scab that has to fall off.
Mm. Mm.
So that's why you never lose anything unless you just choose to. You can choose to. You'll give while you're losing, but you can choose to. All things are an option. But for the most part, you don't. The universe, God doesn't just take it away. So if you choose to lose something, it's giving it away. It's not an actual loss. It's a gift to somebody, somewhere, or something. Because it'll just keep cycling.
I have a question. Or
Your hair is awesome, by the way, too.
Thank you.
Yes.
I would rather just share.
Yes.
If that's okay. So regarding tapping into these energies and abundance, for me personally, I find myself in this mental realm where I'm just thinking, processing, planning. So much so that life is moving on. It's not that I'm not showing up places or getting things done or achieving anything or attracting great things to me and getting contracts. All those things happen, but I'm not present. I'm just moving. And if I can describe it, it's like I'm in a box. Oh, you want me to hold it?
want to talk to the audience, please.
Okay.
Yeah,
So if I find
it.
so I find myself in this box where it's like I need to get out in order to not just feel the abundance and get into that, I guess, realm of frequencies, but also being able to embrace my moment and my journey, which is where I find myself struggling as well as limiting my own self in that. So I'm learning how to break from that. So whenever I find myself in that state, I pay attention. I'm like, wait a minute, let me move differently. Let me redirect myself. But it's when I come to understand that's what's happening. So hope that makes sense. But I want to know because I'm like, I need help. I've heard this conference. I'm like, okay, I'm coming here. All right, I'm flying in because how do I do better, move differently? So.
How does she do better and move differently? coincidentally, you pushed us to the next point, which I let her read it just so it doesn't look like I'm lying. Okay. What does that say?
Source has never taken you to pain. Source has never hurt you.
So you don't need to move better. And you don't need to do better. Stop growing up. Oh my God. I'm going to adjust my power for a minute. Spirit, Holy Spirit, God, source, whatever you want to say, has never placed you in any pain. Your perception did that. That's your perception. Thinking Grow Rich calls it auto-suggestion. That did that. So if you're doing better, you're missing the point of you are God. It is more of, and this isn't, I respect the practicality of the question. I want to live the highest expression of myself. I want to have the spirit of excellence and move in a manner, Antonio, in which I am getting better 1% every minute or every day. And for a year, I'm 365% better. If you could just give me the practical steps, I would really appreciate that. But the steps mean nothing if you think you have to do better. Let's just process it this way. You drop on your knees and you pray. And then you give everything you have in the prayer. God, I really need to do better by my husband. I can't take it no more. I just lost my wife. I can't take it no more. And then God says, well, do better. Would you serve that God? I think this is a very fair question. Our self-talk is terrible. The whole time we're saying I got to do better. Huh? Step back. It is good. What kind of better you got to do? Her daughter had a better answer than me because she's close enough to God. And her mama ain't knocked the child out of her. Every sacred text is come like a child. You don't have to do better. You got his problem in reverse.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's in reverse. They're definitely one.
They're definitely one. Yeah. So you got to the door, all the Social Security, all that stuff on there, same thing. And he was like, I am not good enough to walk through this door. And he was like, I don't give enough to walk through the door. Truth is, there is no door. The door is whatever you make it. There's no freaking door you got to walk through. And if you find that door, you have purpose. The door is wherever you are. If you're not willing to grow right where the hell God has you, you're not going nowhere. If you can't do the work in the valley, you'll never get to the mountaintop. Just imagine with me, if you will. I want you to think of the mountaintop of your dreams. And just everybody, just as a matter of fact, since y'all not driving, close your eyes. If you're online, don't sue me. Okay? If you're driving, don't sue me. Close your eyes. Just indulge me. I got mine too. If you can see somebody, you're not being obedient. Now I want you to go to the mountaintop. Now find me the trees and the garden. You can open your eyes now. Not up there, huh? Yeah. You don't plant on mountaintops. You ball out of control on them. But you got to go back. I made a strong point. You got to go back down to the valley to live on the mountaintop longer. It is in the valley in which you do better. Right? Okay, you got that. Don't get to do better so you get to the mountaintop. Like, soon I get to the mountaintop, tell me how to get there. No. You get there in the valley. You get there in the pain of your question. You get there in the pain of your unforgiveness and the loss of a loved one, in the fear of criticism. You get there by just existing flawlessly in your bullshit. And that's the only way to get there. Because all that bullshit is actually manure to fertilize your garden faster.
Oh, yeah.
You said something on that.
But to further answer your question, what I would challenge you to do is define your box. What is it made of? Label each wall. Label the ceiling. Label the floors. Label the windows. Literally draw out your box, draw your house. Write what those things are that you've given yourself that hold you in that box. And then don't write what you will do or what you will become. Under each thing, write things that you've already done that have proved that that's not true. If your box, if this wall of your box is fear, right? Let's say, so let's write under there everything that you've done just in the past week that defied your fear. You drove in the rain and you lived. You walked across the street and you didn't get hit. You ate at a restaurant that you didn't know people and they didn't poison you. You have outstretched your own fears. Just in little increments. Things that could have killed you, that killed a lot of people. If one of your ceiling is, let's say, you think you can never make more than $100,000 a year. Calculate how much you spent in the last 2 years. Bet you spent more than that. Whatever your ceiling is, calculate how much money you spent. It can't be your ceiling if you already overspent it. So that's how you break your walls. That's how you start to break down your walls and your boxes. Because when you see it on paper, you can't believe that that's your ceiling when you know you already went through it. You can't believe that that wall is a fear, that fear is a wall. If you've already surpassed it, if you do things every day that says, I am not afraid. And that's how you get out of your box.
Always listen to the woman. Women are smarter. Any questions? Oh, now we in trouble. Because now we got to talk about money.
It's always fun. Money is always fun. It's easy.
Tierney, if you can just come read this. I don't want to. He picking on me. It's in here. It's in here. Right there.
God is everything, including money.
Thank you so much. You read so well. If God created the world, right, and all that stuff y'all say, and earth is the Lord of fullness thereof, and all that stuff, and everything is energy, and God is energy, then that means so is money.
But what they say money is the root of all evil.
Aha. So the love of money is the root of all evil. So if you have disordered love, you're going to have disordered problems, disordered abundance. So if you take the love of something, I replace the word money. The love of money is all evil. The love of vagina is all evil. Sorry, I didn't know the better example.
The love of food
they both the same. They are both the same. You don't get too fat or too many problems. Yes, sir.
If money ain't real,
okay.
Because it ain't real.
Money's not real.
So is that God?
That's absolutely. It doesn't stop because so if money is not real, but it's being used realistically in this society, so is God. That doesn't to say God is not real. However you want to process, up to you. But once it has power over you, and once it exists in your observation, you are God creating the world, just like Genesis chapter 1. Quantum physics called the conscious observer. No, go ahead, please.
Read it again. Read your point again.
God is everything, including money.
Okay.
So God is everything, including money. So you can say God is everything. It wouldn't, and just leave it there. If God is everything, then God is everything. And if you feel like money is the thing, then God is money for you. And God is love, God is skin, God is flesh, God is wall, God is ceiling fan, God is everything. Because trust me, if it gets 150 degrees in here, you don't want that fan on more than you want money. Unless somebody gonna give you a bunch of 20s to fan with, it's not gonna help. And it wouldn't move the air the same way. You still be hot and sweaty with a bunch of 20s that you can do nothing with. But if God is like, I choose to use the word abundance versus money. God is abundance for me. God is everything. So rather than focus on the frequency of money, because I get what you're saying about money not being real, then if I choose the word differently, let's say abundance. We just talked about abundance being a frequency. It can be good or bad. So if I choose to believe that I am God and God is in me and that you are God and God is in you, then we can be on that positive frequency of abundance together, or we could be on separate frequencies where I choose abundance and positive and you choose abundance and negative. But either way, God is everything, because if God is money, that means God is lack of money.
Yeah, that's actually coming next.
If I believe that God is wealth, I also believe that God is poverty. Because if I believe God is everything, why not tap into the thing that I want versus the thing that I don't? So I would choose to believe that I am the God, that I am the portion of God that is the abundance that I want.
Manifesting itself this way.
Yeah, I'm going to see it as I already have it, because it's already there, because I already do. Like I said, I don't check my bank account. And it's not because I'm a billionaire. It's because I expect that what I want, I already have. And you do those things that are necessary to make that occur, which is simply manifesting, thinking about it, following the thoughts that you have that are for you. If I believe that God is abundance, and God told me, or I had a thought, or there was a vision of something that I was supposed to do for myself to maintain said thing, or to be able to give like you want to give, and I do said thing without fear, without self-doubt, without the ceiling, and I just do it because it's what I told you, like it feels good, because it feels like what I'm supposed to be doing, then I stay in flow and I stay in frequency of that abundance, and I start to move in the way that God moves, and then things move for you. So you don't have to do anything other than simply be.
Word up. Word up. Oh. I was hanging on every word. Money is not important. For some of you, it is. For me, it's insanely important. I'll show you. If you have received money from me, I'm going to call it abundance now. Abundance from me in any way, a microphone, money, buying your product, a paycheck, a commission, in any way, would you raise your hand, please? So every single person in here, except for one, and I just met you. Kind of sort of just met you. Okay. So money's important to me so I can give it away because it's my purpose. It doesn't have to be important. It's not important to her. Stability is. But she ain't running around here giving money away. Is that your purpose?
It's not my thing.
Oh, there you go. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Well, you have to know how you are manifesting yourself. You get what I'm saying? My job is just collect money and redistribute it to God's people. So of course money is important to me, but it doesn't make it important to me the way you say it, right? I only want to redistribute wealth through mankind. How can money not be important if I am the savior picking everybody up with money? Which leads now here. That if God is everything, including money, well, you must find harmony in this system. We're going to get some controversy here.
Say it loud. Okay.
You must find harmony in this system because you're called to do so. Because God don't, you're not a spirit floating somewhere in perfection. So you don't get to like, what's that saying? So heavenly, no earthly good. You can't do that because you're here and you're here to make a difference. And if you don't account for the system that doesn't want you to make a difference, then you're literally not being God. It's just imagine God stressed out about finances, like the left side of heaven, lights got cut off. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
Sam would fix it.
And then everybody would say how good he is as he interacts with them. You got to find harmony within this system because you cannot change or create, is a better word there, anything against the flow of the thing you're trying to change. Imagine a fish getting tired of swimming. That's what, right? That's what we're doing. We're drunk fish. We got some tequila in it, right? It's what we're doing. We are tired of being God because we're not in the flow of God.
Right.
So when you ask about alignment with source, right? We've grown tired of forgiving, tired of sharing, tired of being abundant because we went up against the flow. And now when the good witch says, hey, you should give, oof, I'm tired of giving. Last person I gave to, and you got this whole elaborate story about how exhausted you are of giving. Because you're against the flow. You're not just against the flow of the system. You're against the flow of your very God self. You did not come here for anything less than to walk like God. And God don't suffer from anger problems. Low self-esteem or relationship trauma. Or relationship loss. Right? Find that harmony with this system and be God in that. Even Jesus came down here in harmony, if that's what you believe. It's true. There may changes in the harmony. You can't just be a fish and be like, man, water sucks. You can't do that because you're not going to fish well. Right? Going against water, it's just not going to happen. Go ahead.
And I got a fish well.
Oh, there's a question over there?
Is that the reason why you stress so much self-correcting and not correcting others? To flow with this reality.
Okay. All right, so I am in a row. There are some people close to me that can no longer correct. These people don't matter. Well, they matter, but their identities don't matter, okay? Because correction says, I don't like what you just did. And that comes with a vibration that is inferior. And that vibration 100% of the time forfeits dreams. You can't give me, not in history, not in the archaic diaries, that's not the name of it, right? You know what I'm saying? Akasha, right?
There are archaic diaries. Those exist. So it's a thing. It's okay.
Okay. I was in the right energy somewhere. All right. So, right. Every time you say, I don't like what you did to me, you disrupted my energy. Every time you do that. Or if you want to hang with me, you must act like this. You throw your dreams. And then I'll quote something she will understand. And we ain't settling. We getting everything.
Absolutely.
All right, then.
Correction vibration is the mean.
Yes, because think about it. I'm saying stop being God. Wow. I didn't like the God you were just being. No, that the way you're manifesting God offends me, and I don't like it. As a matter of fact, I like God like this, and that's your correction.
And it stands in the way of
gratefulness, like we talked about earlier. I can't be grateful for the pain you just caused me if I'm trying to correct you. If I'm telling you not to treat me that way, I'm not allowing myself to grow through that process. Because there was something I had to learn, whether it be from you or about you or to me. There was something that was happening there that I missed because I was trying to correct you.
Wow.
Repeat that.
There was something that was happening, even though you might not have felt like you liked it, that you missed because you were busy not liking it and correcting it. So
I hit everybody. Ain't nobody leave that without no blood.
That was it.
What's any questions? We actually almost done.
Honestly,
that
correcting now, whatever I do it unconsciously, I don't think twice before whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It basically literally feels like it hit me in the face once I realized it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Does that work out for you?
It does. It does not. It hurts. It hurts in a way that it actually helps. It does help me in a way of understanding, being more conscious of was it worth it or was it necessary?
So I'm going to say the dumb stuff and let her say the smart stuff, okay? But she's going to explain how not to do that thing that she just said, right? How to not have that problem. And I'm going to point out the problem, okay? I'm going to point out the problem. If you keep getting hit in the face, if you keep forcing blessings and they blow up, why keep doing it? If that door punches you and comes with pain, suffering, why keep knocking it down? She's getting ready to teach you how not to be dumb like that. But I can tell you for sure why I did it. Because I forgot who I was. Simple as that. I forgot I ain't need no damn doors. I don't need whatever you think I need, I don't.
I don't. Whatever you think I need, I do not. I do not. I do not. I do not. I've seen texts in the Quran where people are healed without my proper understanding. I've seen Jesus in the New Testament open doors without using the doorknob. There's so much energy out here. And it don't matter how I understand it. My job is not to do what you just did. And keep going, nope, I'm gonna do it anyway. When it ain't working out for me. Because when I do that, I'm dragging my whole legacy with me. You're gonna she's gonna be smart.
You're funny. Okay, so to Ashley, like you said, when you correct someone now, it hurts, right? That's because you're correcting yourself.
Oh.
And you're not supposed to be correcting. So at the same rate that you forgive and let go and let flow, everyone else flow, you have to do the same thing with you.
Say that again. No, maybe in the corners. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
No, well, she hurts when she corrects people because at that moment she's correcting herself. So you're doing the thing to yourself that you feel bad about doing to someone else. So you're not giving yourself the same grace that you give everyone else. And you have to, because you're worth it. And seeing that you're worth it, seeing your own worth will stop you from doing that. Understanding that I have to give me the same grace that I give you. And I have to not correct me as much as I don't correct you. Or even less, because I'm me. And I'm worth it. Oh, no, it's okay.
How you help or something like that without the correction part?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, you clapped really loud, so apparently you have something you want to say. I would not deprive.
Because you need to. It's the same as she was saying when she said Ashley corrects herself, because it's only everything she said, but it's only God that exists. So Ashley's really saying, God, you're stupid.
Wait a minute.
How is she not? All of you believe the same image and stuff. So then when you're correcting, you're literally saying, stop being God, be my slave.
Wow.
But does God need correction? That's what it comes back to.
Well, for when it comes to kids.
Okay. Because I had that conversation.
That's my trouble. So
I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I totally get it. No, I get it. So then you really got to act like God and just correct the big things. Like jail and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But even God lets us go to jail though.
Yeah, that's right.
I've been a few times. Okay. For some speeding tickets or something like that, right? Yeah, I've been to jail for being angry. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. For walking in stilettos after 9 p.m., you know. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. How do you correct kids? Well, kids don't need to be corrected. Now, I'm not telling you all. I am not telling y'all. I know somebody's going to spit a raw sports. It's something I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to tell you that they are closer to God than you are right now.
Sure, 100%.
Exactly. So maybe these kids are ministering to us instead of us trying to do that to them. Because we got a lot to learn. We have a lot to learn from them, but we stopped because we know what's better. But they're here reminding us. Right. And again, this isn't blanket. You can't put this on 100% of the situations, right? then you're just being extremely semantical. But it is true that if you look at children, they remind us of what we should be behaving like. They should, and they do. We have to have the nice outfit. We literally go out of town with people who have never seen our outfits. Which means anything you wear is going to be a brand new outfit. And then we go buy an outfit. Kids don't need all that.
I do that for me.
Okay, I get it. I knew I was going to push
I
back.
did that because I enjoy me.
I get it. But that doesn't need to be corrected. What God is perfect. We just have to get out our ego and not correct God all the time. And you sure can. Let me just say one more thing. But we do that in our prayer life, though.
Watch yourself, sir.
God, I pray. Ooh, not like that, God.
Watch yourself.
That ain't the man I wanted.
Watch yourself.
I'm gonna wait a little bit. You told me if I anyway. Yes, sir. Let it come in.
I got my answer. What I will say about children is you're not correcting them, you're guiding them while allowing them to guide you at the same time. So once you create a constant, this is a being that's going to behave a lot like you. So once you get into constant flow, right? Don't do what I do. Do as I say and not as I do. And that doesn't necessarily work out that way because it's learned, it's nature and nurture. So you'll be in constant flow with them. The less you correct them and the more you guide them. I'm going to guide you away from things that hurt you, but I'm going to allow you to experience different things without forcing my beliefs on you.
Kids can feel that.
Oh, yes.
Without forcing you to believe the way I believe or behave the way I feel like you should behave, I have to allow you to be 100% your authentic self in order for you to guide me. And that takes growth from you. I'm going to guide you. I'm going to protect you. I'm going to provide for you. And at the same time, I have to allow you to be 100% your authentic self, because in correcting our children, we are breaking them and forming broken adults. We're putting them at a place where they don't believe in themselves. They don't trust themselves, because I felt like I would be good if I could jump on this couch and I knew I could make it to the wall and not hurt myself. Until you told me I couldn't. And they very well might have been okay. Now that lamp might have broke. But they'd have been all right.
But now you put in their reality.
But now you've put in their reality that they cannot, because you had an attachment to a thing.
Wow. Can you be quiet on that? Somebody said something, and I want to add that this shifted my perspective a little bit about the shepherd and the rod. Spare the rod, spoil the child, right? Jesus is the great shepherd, right? How do shepherds use the rod?
Wait, the shepherd don't beat the sheep with the rod. They guide the sheep with the rod. They guide the sheep with the rod. They don't. But they. Yeah, he might hit the sheep, but he's not. It's not like he's not beating them. But he's guiding them. He's tapping them. He's making them aware that that's not where you need to be. But it's not like I need to get a stick and beat my kids. Like it's not.
He's still struggling. If anybody is still struggling, you have a problem with the law of allowing. But we're gonna come back to that. Go ahead.
Not even on kids, because I understand kids. But is there a difference between a correction and just making somebody aware? Like correction, like more of a judgment, like I think I'm right, you're wrong.
Right.
But awareness might be like experience. You know, you kind of in the same place, and somebody enlightened you, and you became aware. So you see somebody struggling with the same thing.
So you're teaching, not correcting, right?
That's what I'm asking. Because I want to be careful about.
You need to be careful. That's a thin line.
It is.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a razor thin line you're walking. You want to go first?
Okay, so I would say you can teach and not correct, because I'm not telling you, let's say, I'm not telling you that you're doing it wrong. I'm just going to show you a different way to do it. You can do it that way, and that's perfectly fine. This way may be less painful for me, not for you. For me, this way is less painful. So I can teach you my way so you can just have multiple options. I can give you options without correcting you.
That's good.
I can tell you, like, okay, so I have coffee and water. You could tell me that it's healthier for me to drink water versus coffee because of yada, yada, yada reasons without correcting me for drinking coffee because of the caffeine and all of the other things that are in it. You can teach me something without correcting me. If you are aware of yourself and if you do it without a judgmental spirit, if you do it without an I'm smarter spirit, if you do it without a my way is right spirit. So it depends on where your teaching comes from. Yes, it depends on the energy that you're in when you're teaching. So you can teach me that in multiple ways. And the way in which you teach it will affect how I receive it.
Yep. So smart.
Just even everyone, it'll affect how I receive it. And it will also change whether I listen to you or not because of the way I received it.
Yep.
And it'll affect the way you feel about you when you do it.
That's right. That's 100%. Hold on. I'm going to have this adult conversation about talking about my kids. I do not correct my kids. I save them. One of them broke their arms. I can't say I saved them for broken limbs. And short of keeping them out of jail, I got my 9-year-old diet is so terrible that I am forcing greens in his diet because all he wants is processed food. The problem with that is when it's time to use the restroom, it come out like processed food. And so I waited. Oh no, I sat back and waited. I waited till the next time I use the restroom, it hurt. Because he wasn't gonna listen. And he didn't want to be corrected. So I just waited till little skin broke a little bit. And then I hit him with something. No, pay attention. Because I can't walk his road. So I would love to. But then he's going to grow up a weak man, mistreating women if I do. Right? So I hit all three of my kids, but boys specifically here, with values. Here are the Smith family values. Now, does your diet fit these values? This is a real conversation. Now, since you just said it don't, what other things do you want to do to hit in them values? Right? Because in this case, we're talking about long life, right? In this case, but I just skipped that part of the conversation. I'm letting him decide. Now, the point there is, when I have to teach you something, I'm saying, here are the values. You said you want to be a millionaire. There's your values. According to that local conversation you're having, is your current actions matching what you said you want to do? I'm not correcting you. The values are that a lot of millionaires work out. You are not. So is that going to work out for you? It's possible. Do you believe it's going to work out for you? You say yes, I got nothing else to say. If you say no, I owe it to you as a friend not to let you go against your consciousness. So I say, well, what do you think you can do in these values? Now, that method is irrelevant. The energy is appropriate, though. Because you say motives. God has like 5 things that bother God. if that. We put an extra 523 on it. So when it's time to constructively criticize, now you God doing that, or you what they taught you to do that? Back to you.
Had a
Let me give
question.
an example. Hopefully this is helpful. So last year, I was waiting for my house to get built. So we stayed in the house with an African couple, husband and wife. So they had 3 kids and I had my daughter. So for me, my daughter, I don't look her. I talk to her. I let her express her feelings. So with my husband at the time, friends, they was like, we're going to flug you. We're going to flug the kid. We're going to flug them. You understand? They was doing homework, something, and these kids were like 3, 6. Sometimes the kid, he get his name spelled backwards, but you got to correct them and continue to teach him and stuff. Instead of them saying, hey, don't do that. She got the pencil or the whatever she grabbed, hit him in the mouth. Me, instead of me saying, don't do that, I removed the child. I didn't say nothing to the door. I said, let me take care of the kid. Let me do this. Let me show you how I would do it. And it was like frustration. Like they couldn't talk to each other, communicate. It wasn't communicating with the kid. Like, hey, I want you to do this. I want you to do this. No, they were just, we got to flug them. We got to pull them. I don't know. We got to beat the sparks in them. Here, if you do that, CPS get involved. And with my degree, I was supposed to call CPS. So for me, I knew that I did an impact in that woman's life because I was guiding her instead of, hey, as a woman, no, I was guiding her because it was different values that we did. Her coming from Africa culture, and me coming from here, and I knew the system and how you're supposed to do things. But they decided they wanted to continue to do that. And then even though I was trying to guide her, she had to come back to me anyway to ask me for my assistance because that beating method wasn't helping. The nurse got involved and say, hey, every time the kid come to school, he don't pee on himself. But when he get home on the bus, he pee on himself because he's in fear. If he's going to mess up, guess what? I'm going to get a whoop. He already got in his head. I'm going to get a whooping. So he's peeing on himself before he even get home because he's afraid of the mother. And that's what she instilled in him, and that's what they instilled in him. And another thing my daughter told me when I got out of my relationship, my daughter looked me right in my eyes. She said, did you learn your lesson? What did you learn? And I said, okay, God. Because everything that I taught her, she was pouring it back into me. I'm finished. She said, learn your lesson. I was like,
Well, like that was extremely helpful.
mm-hmm.
And my daughter's 15. She's also my best friend.
Yes, my daughter just turned 10 yesterday.
But we banter, like we go back and forth a lot. And it's not even in an argumentative way. It's just in a let's pull these thoughts out.
Yes.
Well, I feel like I'm right and I feel like you're right, but let's see who's more right at this point. Who can prove this? Who can bring this home? Let's see who can land this plane. And we'll go back and forth in a logical way. It's extremely healthy. So she can be on a debate team with anybody and there's no emotion attached.
That's it.
She can have a conversation with anybody with deflecting views, different views, because there's no emotions attached to what she's saying because I'm going to let it go after I say it.
Yes.
I'm not going to hold on to whether I was wrong or right. If you're right, then I'm going to accept that. But I'm going to tell you again what else I think. And you can either teach me something or you can learn from me. And we have to teach and learn from each other. And I'm not, well, we're all of African descent, but that wasn't my household, my grandmother's household. We had the strap on the wall. Like she was ready.
Did she name it?
Yes. It had a handle and everything. But it was had a handle. It was leather. It had the little slits cut in it so that it hit you multiple times. And honestly, I don't regret that. Even I've never been upset with her. I've always appreciated her for that because I was grateful for anything that she did. Whether that would have been hitting me in the mouth, I probably earned it. And that was me because I know how I talk. So I talk like her. So we talk like each other. But my timing was inappropriate. My timing would be inappropriate. So, but that's like those kids who got hit in the mouth, hopefully they don't hold on to it. Hopefully they get past the point of fear and they learn to see the gratitude in it.